hour 13 minutes. Gold continue to work its way higher. 45.03, about 40 bucks off the lows.
100%. That's a great pull there.
Who's
Would
running
you
the
voluntarily get concussions if it helped you
Who's
forget?
running these polls?
Depends.
like-
If it was a bad trading day, yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
Have a bad day. All right, I'm gonna go spar. I'm gonna forget about that trade.
It's like the
I
meathead
agree
trader
with that.
version of Eternal Spot. Was it Eternal Sunlight of the Spotless Mind or whatever? Go on.
Eternal sunshine of the spotless mind.
Thank you.
Eternal sunshine of the spotless mind, says James. Maybe you guys heard it. Maybe it was my ear, or I'm losing my mind. Anyway, we're still rallying here.
You'll never
See if we could. There's still a decent. We could see 29,000 in the Nasdaq. That's not too big of a stretch, is it?
No, I wouldn't think so. Yeah,
We're up
low of the
up
session.
140 points on this.
28,663 was the session lows in the E. I'm sorry, the NQ. What's this red candle? What's this about? Vince, you like a short wear.
Right up against that 50-60s, 850s and 860s, right where we got to.
No, I like that. That's an area that definitely could be a short.
Oh yeah, we're trading
5 minutes ago.
803s. This thing turn around. Here we go.
Trimmed
still
risk
long.
Trimmed risk on it stops now at 73.63.
Well, we're getting a little relief in the bonds.
Yeah, we are. Not sure what that's.
Nothing to write home about yet, but
ES is selling off. NQ found some sellers as well. NQ rate, what do we got? 28,800. They're sizing that off.
Yeah, we ejected those 840s to 60s, like you were saying, Vince, and you're short there. You're looking good.
Yeah, nice read there. We got Fed speaker Peril.
What'd you see up there, Vince?
New name.
Originally, there was some single prints that actually filled in, but then we have a value low at 28,850s from yesterday. So maybe we're directing value.
All right. Man, look at that. Buyers trying to step right back in these equities.
Yep.
Jack, who's this?
It's a battle.
Peril.
It's a battle.
New Fed speaker or Fed governor for New York? Peril.
I have not heard of this individual.
This is a new name.
That is not meant to nag.
Really, the plausible path to lower reserve levels is a regulatory change. Also, future Fed reserve management bill buying driven by market conditions. All right.
Well, these equities are resilient.
10 years ago to turn around.
That
They are.
Absolutely.
Oh, you move the stop up into. What's Delta, Hogue?
Negative 1,700 in the S&P is negative 1,400 in the NASDAQ.
Light. Okay.
See you later, Man Cave Trades.
One of my favorites in slow markets, to be honest.
Don't stoke his ego too much. We're just selling off a little bit.
Yeah, I play favorites. All right, I play favorites.
I mean, I do too. I just don't say them out loud.
No, I let them know. I let them know. Make yeah.
In the chat, question: how does the delta negative thing work? Well, that's a good question for group coaching. Get the link. Yeah, see the link pinned to the chat here. Get those questions in for how the delta thing works. Does negative delta mean buys? Negative delta mean, what does negative delta and positive delta mean? You're the delta, Don. Why am I answering this?
Negative delta implies sell market orders hitting resting bids. Negative delta. Every contract that uses a sell market order to hit the bid is -1 in delta. Every buy market order that lifts a resting offer is +1. You take the +1, subtract the minuses, and that's where you get that number. And the numbers that we talk about are regular trading hours only. So I'm not adding, continuous delta, cumulative delta, overnight delta. The ones we talk about are regular trading hours only. Hope that helps.
Yep. Essentially, see that buy market, sell market, those buttons on Top Step X, think like that. Just doing that aggressive. There's different reasons for it. Options, hedging, of course.
Did you get short, Vince?
No. Unfortunately.
Be cooler if you did.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Right. I saw the trade though, Jack. That's all that matters, right? Seeing the market is fulfilling as well. So
I think it's more technical. I really do.
It could be.
It's that level. Vince was seeing the same level too, and that's where I took some, like most of these profits was right here at these. I'm saying 830s. It's a zone, right? Plus or minus, depending on how you want to look at it. And yeah, sure enough, we just rejected that level. I mean, with the power of hindsight, it always looks easier and simple. But yeah, level of support. Guess what? Support, sure enough, became resistance, and we pushed right back down. That's
right. Point of control too.
That was
there's a target right there too to get out of the short.
Yep.
I might look for a short in the ES if it pops up here.
I'm looking for a long. Am I crazy?
Well, I like long with you on.
It could go up until I want to see it. I want to see it pop up
at
to get short.
63, and I would look for a cheap long down here for sure.
Where's how cheap? What constitutes cheap?
Well,
60s,
we just
59?
had an opportunity
Right
to
now.
risk about 10 ticks on longs. It didn't last too long though, did it?
Oh man, I know. I was trying to figure out what the hell that song was about. Thank you, Doomlord. Also, click subscribe, please. 4 of you. Can we get 4 people to click subscribe? See what happens with the number. 212,000.
12 on our way to 300.
996 subscribers. Get 4 more. We get 213,000.
On our way to 300,000, right?
Yeah,
300,000 subs.
213. Click subscribe. Like too while you're at it.
Bounced off those 730s.
London close. London close. 3 minutes. Oh, 59s? 56s? Oh.
NASDAQ's holding up a lot better.
10-year about to.
All you're doing is counting on the low being in. If you're
That's
looking
exactly
for longs
what
down here.
Looking for longs in all the long places. Why are they holding off? So that was such a bad. Don't fake laugh. Don't
Yeah.
chat,
I'm gonna
fake laughs. Those are fat. Those are
No.
fake laughs right there. Those are just.
I'm
fake
gonna
laughs
record
right there.
that song.
So
Looking
bad.
for longs in all the wrong places.
All the hey, looking for longs in all the long plays. It's so dumb. Oh man, I could have got 59. So I was making dumb jokes.
I'll save you, Andre. 2 minutes till London close.
2 minutes till London close.
Look at those buyers just stepping in again.
Oh, you gotta be.
Wow.
Whoa, that 20-point sell off just in. What did the NQ sell off? NQ sold off. We're trading 850s, 860s down to.
Sellers aren't done with this market. It looks like. I wouldn't mind shorting this. I'm going to take a short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Okay.
I'm short from 758. I'm going to look to go retest these 700 lower.
758. How many times, Dakota?
Two. I start with a small size. Depending on how this price action is, I'll scale into this position actually. If we do continue to find some sellers here.
Oh, what's your delta? Is it negative 2,400?
Yes.
Crude is ever so slowly inching up a little bit. 103.50. Still would like to see how we react if we almost got it before that bounce before on 70.50 in the futures.
Jack, what was the volume behind that 20-point sell-off in the ES? We're up at E's, all the way down to 60s.
Nothing crazy. I mean, I'm just looking at 5-minute candles.
Yeah. An offer. Use your London close. Where are they going with this thing? Looks like we got. All right. Again, yes, might be. Want to go test?
I added.
Did you?
Yep, I'm short 4 now from 759. Okay. I'll add another 2 if we could break 54s.
Short 4 from 59.
Correct. Yep. I will only add if we could break through these 754s now. We know how resilient this market is.
Last trade 28,771. Vince, what are you seeing here setup wise?
I'm looking for a short on a pop back up to around the 73 level here in the ES.
Damn it. Short from 7.3?
Yeah.
Take the damn long, Andre.
Why are we shorting this market? Why are we shorting?
What are you saying, Dakota? You talking to yourself over there?
Yeah, I said, why are we shorting this market, Andre?
Why not? I don't want to take the long. Just take the damn trade.
I know.
Just take the damn trade. Just steer. Vince, you looking for perhaps up to 773?
I don't even want to hold on to this to the stop loss. I'm just gonna close it.
Okay.
We did not break down. We're going. Yeah.
The way they split off. Okay.
Filled in the middle.
We'll continue to grind higher. Again, get those questions for group coaching form pinned to the chat with Hogue, Anne Marie, and Hope. Hogue, you gotta get ready for morning highlights and group coaching. Hit us with a delta before you get out of here. It looks like we're range bound, and thanks again, Hogue. But that was weird. Oh, a couple words.
Nasdaq is definitely range bound. Hasn't traded outside the IB. Be a normal day. Waiting for NVIDIA. But Delta and the S&P is currently negative 1,900, negative 1,200 in the NASDAQ. Trade well, everyone. Great morning. A lot of fun. Wild markets this morning, at least for the first couple of hours. Watch yourselves. I'll see you shortly for the morning highlights. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Hogue. Later, Hogue.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. What was those shorts about? Vince, you're going to, 7.3 ES?
Yep. And I could be completely wrong. You know, I'm a little crazy, Dre. So
I'm thinking, dude, Jack, you like anything up here? It's options wise.
Nothing to the upside here right now. Although I'm kind of I'm bored with Vince. Where like we're still hanging around 5.18 in the bond. I kind of almost want to like take a short and just cover it right away if we drop any in those yields.
What do we get up to? 7.2s?
Looks like it.
How do we get in?
Yeah, 72 even was the high in that.
How do we
push.
get in, fellas? Yeah, how do we get in?
Longer.
We all
short,
looking short. Dakota, what are you looking?
I'm still looking short. we went back up to these 830s again, which is that level that we were talking about, Vince. These 830s to 850s, that zone.
Yeah.
Just play like a range, I guess. Like that is trade what you see, and we're not really seeing breakouts or breakdowns. So this definitely could be one where if we get a bounce back up into that zone, I'm just gonna short it. Buy low, sell high.
Buy low, sell. Yeah, that's 50-50 on the tilt. Gold's still holding bid here, 45.09.
Looks like we missed that entry up there by
might come back here. Shit! I guess got short. I'm short NQ.
I just clicked short as well.
All right.
806.
Could be bad. What did you get? What price you get? I get 6s too.
806 quarter.
I don't like.
All right, I'm gonna add to this. All right. Okay.
Don't say anything. Don't say nothing, Dakota. I'm all right. I love you, Dakota. Hey, we're 4 away. Click subscribe. There's got to be 4. Click subscribe. You're watching. Jack, you want Dakota? You got Vince in the house. Click subscribe. We're closing in on 213,000 subscribers.
Let's get it.
That 10-year might go offered. Gold might be rolling over.
You guys are short from 806, right?
806, yeah.
All right, nice.
Gold might be selling off. What do we got for the pretty open on the calendar in terms of the economic calendar? What we got coming up? Earnings. What do we have after? We got NVIDIA, of course, tomorrow.
Yeah. Big boy.
The big one indeed. Yeah.
It puts a kink in the entire volatility or implied volatility for the Qs.
What do you got? What do you mean?
Meaning it's being shown in the options pricing for the index that this is going to be a huge number. There's more volatility until, after Wednesday.
Tune in at the buzzer for that. Wall coverage. Dakota, I swear to God, Dakota, you do this one more time. You do this one more time.
Just fade it at this point, Andre.
No. Yes, 73.67.
The hype meter is a little too far.
I'm messing with you. We got. We're going to not bid. They're gonna walk this up. Are we just gonna go zombie rally? Just gonna buy the 10-year. They're keeping a 10-year offered. You're offered.
Oh, really quick, Andre. I have something that I would like us to purchase, by the way.
Purchase?
You see this? Somebody you can get signed Jerome Powell business cards.
Really?
Wow.
He has a business card?
Authenticated?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good one to flop down.
Let me see. What do you got?
Board governor of the Federal Reserve System.
Let me see his.
Ivory.
Is there a phone number on there?
There is.
Oh wow!
202
look at that.
452 3201. I guess.
Someone
I
call it. Oh wow!
Let's get him on here.
Look at that.
All right, we're short.
I'll let you know if I purchase that.
I was gonna try and call that number.
We're short. Sold 3 MES 73, 72, 75.
73, 72, 70. Got your price there. 70. Oh, I'm about to get stopped out. 72, 75. 72, 75. Look at these buyers. Look at these buyers coming in.
Mm-hmm. Looks strong.
Might get stopped out. All right, we're just not. Yeah, I see what they're doing here. 10-year did turn green.
Yeah, a little
in
bit.
the chat. Great to see grown men simping over a finance guy. Thank you, Dr. Dex. We simping over?
Hey, Dr. Dex. What's going on?
Wait, who? Yeah, I'm like, a finance guy. My guy. Oh no. Got stopped. out. We are back in this thing. Buyers mean business right now. Buyers mean business.
Yeah,
the
they
NQ
do.
And the ES.
They did. I'm going to try this really quick. Saw the bonds off just a little bit there, so we're short 3.
Yep.
We got to get this moving in our favor right away.
What price?
73.73 quarter.
73.
We're also near. 1 second. We're near that 73.50 level.
Mm-hmm. Ah, 10-year finding some buyers. 10-year finding some buyers. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on now. We'll see what
a few more seconds. I might scratch this.
One.
Come on.
I might be scratching.
Come on.
Too. Come on, my guy. Oh,
I
yeah,
had it.
right.
Too short?
I'm trying to get out of these. I'm short too. I'm trying to get out of my shorts.
Trying to get out of the shorts?
I got out of 2. I got 1 left.
Out of the shorts and into some pants. Let's go.
Not cooperate with the bonds.
And bids keep coming in here.
Yes, they do, Vince. Yes, they do. Yeah, that might be just giving. Yep. Check it out. All right, flat. Well, good luck. Godspeed, guys. Let's get it. Let's update this. We got Vince short from 73.
I accepted my fate here.
73, 72. Jack short from 73, 73. And Dakota short from, well, you added, correct? You added?
Yep. Average price 838.
838. All right. Tilt 50-50 across the board. This range 73, 74 trade. Overnight view up 73, 83. What's the Dow doing?
I just was looking at these other markets too. Gold chilling 45.06.
I don't want to discourage you guys, but come else.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
Come on, bonds.
What do you think, Jack? We're short on the same price here.
I'm risking nothing on this. I was looking for a real quick turnaround. Like I'm only risking $45.
Yeah,
so we're out of that
for
90. Now. That was just like was like a real.
Hey, we're the subscribers. Come on, we're 4.
Popped out of here.
Here come the buyers.
I'm not holding any shorts for long unless we get and look, the bonds kind of turn around there.
Yeah, Jack. The second those bonds just chill and just stay, They're priced in. It's priced in. It's priced in. Nothing to see here. It says we got NQ on the move higher. NQ 28,871. Last trade. Gets quiet.
Got nothing in options here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we just keep doing this range here.
What will the prices be on the range? And what
in ES, 73, 78 at the top, and then near where the lows of the day are. Paid a couple times so far.
Entry.
What the heck was that 20-point just sell off? Still.
Stop watch is a better entry right here.
Oh my God, I'm telling you.
What the heck was that?
My palms are sweaty right now.
Palms are sweaty, baby.
There you go.
Let's get it.
Mom spaghetti.
Yeah. Still in this, yes, Jack?
No. I didn't even have like a real stop in that. Like I had a stop, but it was like literally I just want to see it turn around right here, right now. I wasn't gonna like play around with it, but Vince was right for now by letting it play.
So these buyers are trying to take the market, though. You can see it. But we're going to hold. We're going to accept our risk, right? And whatever happens, happens here. Take it like a champ.
On it too?
Yep. I've accepted my fate.
Right.
Subscriber count. I'm closing in on 213. I know. We're like...
This is a good zone, though. I like this zone up here. You can see the sellers are definitely trying.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it's a pivot area for sure.
A little bit. Very quiet and crude.
Yeah,
fast markets.
It's too quiet. That old natural
buyers again.
Just goes back to those buy programs. Okay. Saw some big P&Ls and payout. Saw some big P&Ls yesterday from our live funded trader. A little more modest today, but we'll see how that plays out for the rest of the day. But let's get JD in here. Take a look at some live funded P&Ls and payouts. What's up, JD? This with the good news.
What's up? I got plenty of good news today. Check this out, guys. We've got yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. We'll start with the P&Ls. This guy is just an all-star this year. Up at the top, Tyler A is back. Another $35,275 in profits trading the silver and NASDAQ yesterday. Tyler's almost at 50 winning days in this live funded account. He's eligible for daily payouts. He's got over $350,000 in payouts so far this year. Just killing it. Absolutely killing it. Tyler, the superstar this year. Shema's Law, we haven't seen him in a while, but he's back. He's still in that live funded account. 20,976 in profits trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Actually, Shema's Law is back in the live funded account. He was in the live funded account. Now he's back. This is the second winning day in this new live funded account for Shema's Law. That's why we haven't seen him in a while. Niley, 13,141 trading a 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Niley requested an $11,000 payout just this morning, earlier today. Lining the pockets with that hard-earned money from the live funded account. Eva, $12,368 in profits, trading the Russell, the NASDAQ, the S&P, and silver. Eva took a $5,000 payout to start this month. And rounding out the top 5 is Chris, $10,867 in profits yesterday, trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Chris is sitting on $56,000 in payouts already this year. Big year for Chris. All right, those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Payout numbers, here we go. Top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. Anthony R up at the top, $26,848. Poe, $18,389. Kevin T, $8,970. Curvins, $8,100. And Vitali rounds out the top 5, just about $3,000 in payouts. Those are your top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. Big day for all these live funded traders. That's what I've got for you, folks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. Nice job.
Hanging themselves. Looking good, Vincent.
Yeah, I don't know. NASDAQ does a little better than the other one.
He's doing it to you now, Vince.
Oh man, this is like brutal right here, guys, isn't it? This is like,
what's brutal?
Holding this right now. I mean, it's at a level where you can obviously see the buyers are trying to take the market higher. Who's going to win the battle?
It's less brutal now than 5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
For the shorts,
we got some,
okay.
It's looking good. Looking good. We got green on the screen.
Positive thoughts, guys. Positive, right?
Positive thoughts.
What do we? How about this?
Dump it.
Dump it, Dakota. All right. There's thousands of people watching right now. One more.
That's right off the point of control.
You'd be so kind. And then I'll shut up.
You just need another subscriber?
One. Uno.
All right.
Come on, one. Somebody subscribe that button. Hit the button.
People hit unsubscribe when we do this. 50-50 on the tilt. Again, get those questions. Do we get it? Click refresh. And thank you. Who did that? Can you identify yourself in the chat?
Well, if they just subscribe, they won't be able to chat yet because we have a delay on when you can chat after you subscribe. Listen, guys, we'd love to get rid of that. Some people just can't help themselves from being, what do you call it, antisocial behavior.
Oh yeah. This is the thing about short
relief in bonds right now. So,
hey Vince, mute that mic if you don't mind when the pooch is going nuts. Do we not get we're at 213? All good. Well, it gets quiet like this. The 10-year is still trading around the lows.
No, I'm just talking about on the very low time frames, Ron. Every time the bonds, it's reminding me of the old oil correlation. Every time they give some relief, we rally. I mean, the market as a whole has not begun to at all comprehend or like digest this. I think it's like the oil. They assume it's just going to go down. And some of that's true. Like the bond yields and the oil are pretty correlated right now. The oil goes higher, the bond yields go higher. But if for a sustained period, it's just the same as oil. If oil or these rates remain this high, it's going to be a drag on companies, especially during this huge CapEx cycle.
Where are you going?
Those GPUs ain't going to finance themselves.
Sure shit ain't. 213,000. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. 213,000 subscribers. Job well done.
We got there?
Crude?
We got there?
We got there. Now,
congrats.
Yeah.
There we go.
Got crude working its way up to $104. About 25 cents to go there. Gold back to 45.05.
Is Dakota short? Yep, I'm short from 28,838. And I'm liking it.
Yeah.
It's taking its time, but so far, so good. We could pick up steam. We could pick up steam right here to the downside. We start breaking through these 20s. I could easily see a 790s retest. 790s.
$833. We've already had in fast markets, we've had a 400-point range in the NQ. We've had 50-point range in the ES. We're going to keep riding this thing.
This trade's wearing me out.
Yeah, the longer it stays quiet, right? The longer it stays quiet. I went from green to red in this fast markets. What would make you get out of this trade, Vince? I know you said you accepted your fate. You got your risk.
Oh, my stop will get me out, Dre. But I might actually
I will
enter
get
short
that.
too, because if we pop up the high up here, like where I get stopped, and then we just have a stop run, I might try to re-enter again. So we're gonna see how this plays out.
Dakota, will we be seeing you again on Top Step TV, or we'll see? Yeah, it's again Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central. Star of Slow Markets. This guy right here, Mr. Dakota, who will be joining you this evening. And for those that haven't tuned in, first of all, you should. What can they expect? And who will be tuning in this evening on Slow Markets?
One of the better traders I have seen on the socials, my man Braden. See him here in the YouTube chat every once in a while. BPC trading, and
Oh, that's good.
so far on it. So we was talking about this last night. I don't want to jinx it. Knocking on some wood. Every time he's joined me in Slow Markets, we've had a very positive session. So we'll see if
that's nice.
going to happen again tonight. Now that I said it out loud, I should have never said it.
I'm in your head, Dakota.
You're in my head, Andre.
No, man, I'm just messing with you. Yes, again, 7 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday. Jack, I don't know. Will we be seeing you? Will you be on?
You never know. I don't think I'm on the rest of the day today. But I'll be behind the scenes. I'll be in the chat sometimes too. Just watch out. I'm watching all of you. Not a threat.
Look at these sellers.
All right, good stuff. All right, the shorts are in the equities are looking like they are printing. Vince, good job. Jack, Dakota, look at that. Good job, fellas.
Thanks.
We got morning highlights coming up after this with Hogue. Then we've got Dolby, Mo, and Jay. That's what a trio there for power players. Top Step TV, let's go. Keep riding these bonds. These interest rates are getting scary. Let's get it.
it is time for the morning highlights. Very exciting morning. Markets are in a little bit of a mood, a little bit cantankerous this morning, but certainly offered some pretty decent opportunities. And of course, we are hoping you're seeing lots of green on your screen. We're going to go our usual progression: gold, crude, S&Ps, NASDAQ. We did not take the gold opening range trade. It did invalidate before we got the chance. Had a good one in it yesterday. Nothing for us today. The market really overall holding above weekly kickoff high. Once that broke, the sellers really broke into this thing and are now holding it below the initial balance low, which on the 720 to 820 range, that initial balance low, if you want it, here it is, 45.1630. What about crude oil? Crude oil did not validate for us. I believe it looked below, or looked above and then looked below, invalidating the opportunity, but really not a lot of change in crude oil. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. A lot of folks kind of biding their time, waiting to see if the ceasefire is going to continue, if we're going to get the Strait of Hormuz opened. All of those things really just kind of overall keeping crude oil relatively inside of yesterday's regular trading hour range, and in large part inside the value area from yesterday. So nothing really huge going on in crude oil, which really seems to be the only market that doesn't have a lot going on right now. Let's take a look at the S&Ps on the 30-minute chart to talk about context. Here we go. So as we are all aware, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows since we put in the all-time high back here last Thursday. We have value moving lower. We have points of control moving lower. And that is continuing in that ilk today. We rejected value from yesterday. Opening range was not the high nor the low. The NASDAQ did hold the opening range as the low of the session initially, which a little bit of divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ. When one's going one way and one's going the other way, it kind of makes things a little bit crazy, and it certainly did today. We did take some trades in the house account. We had 3 strikes. We were long twice and short once here at the last week's low. Just taking a look at it. Finally, we did see a failed downside auction. We got long 2 at 73.58.75. We got out of one of those all the way up at 73.72. We moved our stop to 63, where we eventually got out of the second one. So three losses, 1 win. Also, the house account got short again here at 73.73. We did take a small loss on those. I think we got out of those about 73.76. As we were leaving fast markets, Vince was holding on to 3 shorts at 73.73. I believe his stop was up at 73.82. So he still may be holding on to those positions. Vince, if you're listening and you're in chat, let us know how you're holding up in that trade. Take a look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ. All right. Again, let's go to the 30 to look at a little bit further away context. So, yeah, initially the opening range was the dead low. It kept me anyways, from looking for opportunities for shorts until we were able to take that out. We pretty much stayed inside of the value area for the first half an hour. Then finally, we did see some range extension below the low of the initial balance, below the session low from yesterday, below value low from yesterday. And we did see the market kind of resolve to the downside. We started looking for longs on these lows here. Michael, who was on with us early today, started with some shorts here in MNQ, 28,739. He took a small profit on that, if not mostly kind of a scratch. Now let's look on the 5-minute chart. So he was in this trade for a little while, and it really didn't do much. So I think he pretty much got out of that as a small win or a scratch. Dakota came in, got long 4 at 78,700, got out of those in large part all the way up at 78,820. Very nice trade. But as we were leaving fast markets, Dakota also short the equities. He was short 10 at 28,838. Again, Dakota, if you are in the chat and you're still in this trade, let us know about how it's going. And if you're out of it, tell us about the outcome. I mean, he did have some opportunities to see some profits in it and was trying to hold on to it. Very, very, I almost want to say unique markets today. One last thing, we had Michael trading the micro silver, and if he's still in this, he's still making money. Let me make this larger. So here's the 30-minute chart. He came in and he was long 2 micro silver, 74.24. Now there was a little bit of heat taken on this, but as the market sits, he's still sitting pretty in these longs. I don't know if Michael is watching. Of course, if you are, let us know. If you're still holding on to those, that does look like a pretty good all-day sucker. Let's now take a look at today's quotable quote. Thomas Alva Edison. If we did all the things we're capable of, we would literally astound ourselves. You know, a lot of people come up with some good ideas and they think, somebody's already done that, or it's not going to work, but if we were to try everything that we thought about, I bet you we would truly amaze ourselves or astound ourselves. Kind of like that movie Yes Man, when Jim Carrey has to say yes to everything. If we said yes a lot more to some of the opportunities that came our way, imagine the things we could do. Oh, the places we could go. We've got power players coming up now, folks. We got Jay, we got Dolby, and special guest Mohammed. You can't say money without Mo. Don't forget, folks, get your questions in for group coaching. That's at noon. Looking forward to seeing everybody then. In the meantime, stick around, folks. This is Top Step TV. We will be right back. Let's go. Let's get it.
All right, welcome back to Top Step TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and you saw him on Monday, but you can't spell more without Mo. We got more Mo on Top Step TV today. Mo, welcome back to Top Step TV. How are we doing today?
Hi, everyone. Market is similar to yesterday. I mean, pushing down, consolidating at the low, fighting with the opening range low. But today it was stronger than yesterday. I mean, they stayed inside the opening range for a while before they get rejected 1, 2, 3 times. Now they are back inside the opening range again. It's difficult. Yesterday I tried to short the market, take some profit, trailing, point of entry, out. Today it's the same. Try to buy this market because we stayed inside the opening range, trail my stop, take some profit, and out. Same result, different direction. However, I'm still hesitating to take any more trade until this range getting cleared. So we need to stay above 7,370, the low of the opening range, 30-minute opening range. So we can get back to at least the middle of that range, which is 7,386. If we are below the 70 in ES, I think this market is trying to reach something lower than today's low,
which
could be 7,300. Yeah, 7,330. But it's like a magnet, something is grabbing this market lower. Buyers are not serious to do whatever they were doing during the last 2 weeks. Its behavior feels weaker.
It's changed. It's definitely changed.
So I'm more into the short side, but I need to see commitment. I need to see control of the sellers in addition to a setup.
Gotcha. Looking at the short side, I know Dolby Time in the green room, we were talking about potentially shorting the NASDAQ here. First off, how are we doing today? What are we looking at for potential opportunities here?
We're doing good. I kind of agree with Mo. It just seems like anytime NASDAQ catches a bid, sellers come in and kind of beat it down a little bit. I just feel weird, almost having a short bias going into NVIDIA earnings tomorrow because NVIDIA is a money printer. But, maybe that's one of the catalysts, Jay. Like you got these companies and they keep on, crushing earnings. The expectations get higher and higher and higher. And it gets harder and harder and harder to meet that. And so, maybe they match what they were expecting, but maybe that's not enough, right? It's really what the market's going to interpret that as. We have some offers in here between 860 and 880s. Let's see if we can get short. So it should be very, very interesting. Should be very, very interesting to see how that pans out. We do have some good ranges. There's a 30-minute range low at 28,842, 30-minute range high, 28,953. We are short one.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to show you something before you get short, but I'm not.
Let's go, Mo. What do we got? Is it too late?
Mo?
I mean, look at these 5-minute candles in the ES. Maybe it's different in NQ. In the ES, look at these 5-minute candles. I call it elephant candles. It's so strong, and then nothing happened. So strong candle, and then nothing happened. So the short is a little bit, what I call it. It's short-lived, So see money, take money. I wouldn't stay too long in a short because staying too long with a quiet market, you know what the market is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually coming in to buy it. Dolby Time short one.
We're actually short two at 28,862 half. We're kind of working this 30-minute range that we have here, identified some kind of lower volume profile pockets. So we're hoping that we maintain kind of just testing these wicks up here and to have it sell off. Crude's having some issues at 104, but I don't think that's going to be an issue with NASDAQ here. But if we can get, on base, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. One thing I don't love about the Nasdaq is the higher highs we're seeing. Higher lows we're seeing on like a 3-minute chart. If you look from the lows of the day, it's just like every one of these dips gets a little bit shallower. So I think there's opportunity in it, but maybe somewhere down to 814s ish. We do have a full session view out 28,883. Looking at the tilt right now, 61% long in the Nasdaq, 57% long in the S&P, 68% long crude, and 53% long in gold. Seeing the Nasdaq continue to catch a little bit of a bid here. I think you got your last one up at 880s.
Yeah, we pulled those. We're just going to take the 2 in. Crude oil is trying to push 104s here.
103.98s. Mo, any levels? I know you mentioned the 73.70s. If we hold above that, trading 73.76 right now.
Yeah, 377.70 is the level that I was looking at. However, with this resistance is just created at 73.80s around this level, makes it difficult to just buy it. Maybe they will just run stops and come back again. And I'm having a difficult range here in the 2000 tick chart. You can see how market is chopping in this area. So if I'm buying here, I'm not buying the breakout. It's not. And also I'm buying the high of the range. So I would rather see a nice breakout above 80s and then a retest. At that time, I will see the buyers are having control where I can place my trade in a good setup. So currently, the market is just going up and down, very aggressive. I don't want to participate in this game.
There you go. Stay out of the range for now. Let the range trader cook right now. Dolby time, short from 861s. 28,843 last trade here in the Nasdaq. We were talking in the green room about the quote board. There are only we got 36 different markets we can trade with Top Step accounts. There's 5 of them that are green right now.
Wow.
Natural gas, wheat, heating oil, the Japanese yen, and cattle just went green on the day. Everything else is red. Looking at percentages, we got oil down 0.39%, the S&P down 0.7%, gold down 1.16%, and the Nasdaq down 0.85% on the day. Definitely does feel like over the last couple of days, Mo, like you were saying, something's changed. The extreme bullishness that we've seen all through April into the beginning of May has definitely changed here. Are you changing your trading at all, Mo? Or are you still taking the day to day?
We are getting new sellers, definitely. We are getting new sellers, definitely. However, those sellers are choppy. They hesitate at any smell of a support, you know. so the buyers just jumping like, you know, this is it. Before you know it, that support is getting visited again. You try to short it, the market screw you to your stop. So the market behavior is a little bit difficult right now. I mean, momentum is dying quickly. You get that momentum and suddenly it's nothing. It disappeared. So especially for me, I always getting this 2000 tick chart as an indicator for me that we have struggling in breakouts. For example, you can see here yesterday, let me make this bigger. You can see here, whenever the smoothing line, 21 EMA smoothing line is ranging like this, lobing wider, not up or down, that give you stay away from the market. You can see what did the market do, just this megaphone. And again, you can see it today. Whenever the smoothing line is inside, you gotta be careful because you can see what happened since it's get inside. I mean, you can see higher highs and, you know, lower lows. Again, another megaphone. So
what are you seeing now in that
I wait for this smoothing line to get out of that.
And we just got ran over on shorts.
Nice breakout so far. Let's see if this is we'll have a follow through or we got a rejection as usual.
see here. Equities did just catch a little bit of a bid there. Yeah,
no
yours says
kidding.
up $600 on the Dow. And seeing some buying continuing to step in here. 28,899 now. Last trade in the NASDAQ. 73.83 quarter last trade in the S&P. Mo, above those 80s, now what are we looking for?
Above those 80s, I'm looking for a pullback now. Now I'm
okay.
I can't trust the pullback because before you cannot trust pullback because it's a failed breakout. Now we can see it's a bit, I mean, a successful breakout. So now I would like to see a pullback to my moving average around the 75, 74, maybe higher if the moving average keeps going higher. I don't mind to buy it higher as long as I have conviction of those buyers. I like this breakout. We are out of something now. We have a clearer direction. Let's see clearer direction right now.
Back above full session VWAP here in the S&P and the NASDAQ, 73.8225 last trade in the S&P, 28,899 last trade in the NASDAQ. Crude selling a little bit, 103.75s. We got gold catching a little bit of a bid here as well, 45.1230 last trade there in gold. Looking for some strength here in the S&P to maybe get in long here. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How's everybody doing out there? Are you long? Are you short? Are you flat? We did just have that poll up after the 3 hours of the craziness we saw in the New York session to open. Are you sitting on your hands for the rest of the day? This is that's a pretty strong push out of that range. Those higher lows in the NASDAQ kept putting some buying pressure, it looks like, against this market here. Taking a look at the Delta full session for the NASDAQ, negative 1,800. Go ahead, Mo.
We are at a measured move from the low. Look at this. From the low to this high. Look at where this market stops. I mean, we are almost at the measured move, which is, 2 more points higher. 86. So I would be careful.
Like the middle of the range too.
Especially we are in the middle of the opening range. Yeah. We are in the middle of the opening range, which is my target if I stayed in my longs without the market kicking me out.
Yeah. What a move. What a move.
Nice out.
Okay, the 11 a.m. volatility is back. It is
back. We are back. Pretty one-directional move here as well. We're up about 125 points in the NASDAQ since we've been on here. Seeing some really nice buying coming in.
Right, how do we get long?
Back to 29,000s. Great question.
Honestly, I don't know how many people want to be short. Obviously we had like a nice little range trade that didn't pan out, but who wants to be short in front of NVIDIA earnings tomorrow?
Yeah, once you decide to sell the high of the range, now they decide to break out.
Every time, Mo, every time.
I think if you can get
big
long,
ranging for
the
4 hours. 4
Yeah,
hours ranging, and they just decided now.
That's the problem with range trading. Sometimes they get you with that. It looks like this might be some short
as long as you
here.
control your risk, you're fine.
Agreed, Mo. You never know when the market's going to do that, right? But as long as you manage the risk, if you are still holding on to this one, Dolby, you'd be like another 30 points in drawdown instead of just accepting that you're wrong. How many times does that happen, right?
Yeah, look at that
73
unlost money.
Yeah, unlost money.
If we could
it's a
get
winning
up
trade,
to
right,
like,
Mo?
29,040s would be great.
I need deeper pullback. Actually, I need a deeper pullback to 75 or so. At that point, we will look for that setup. If it appears, I will take the long. If it doesn't appear, that will give me an indication that we are back to the original range.
880s look interesting. Well, here's the thing. Crude's back on the bid again. I mean, crude sold off these 140s. Sorry, 104s. Got down about 40 cents from there. Now bid back up pretty quick. You know, sometimes like this Nasdaq here has to go up if it wants to go down.
Yeah, it does.
And this would be a hell of a move to get some people stopped out if it wanted to sell off again. But Nvidia, sorry, not Nvidia, but Nasdaq just cruising here. I'm looking at 3-minute range high now, 28,964.
964. I think maybe 980s. I'm looking at a high of the 3-minute opening range, 980s. Around there, we're at the midpoint of the opening range right now. But yeah, in that general zone, you can see the market maybe wanting to run that, and then we see what happens there. 73.85.75 last trade here in the
selling again.
S&P.
Man,
we're also catching the bid.
We're gonna put a buy order in at 935.
935.
See if we can get filled on a pullback.
I have some supply area at 73.90. Can see it together here. That was this low. This is a supply area between 7,390 and 7,400. That could be an interesting area to resell this market.
Should we be looking for opportunities to sell, Mo, or you're saying if you would
with
sell
this? No. Usually, when I want to sell it, I would like to see the market hesitating somewhere before. No?
Yeah.
We are not seeing that. I'm seeing continuous 5-minute strong green candle after each other. So selling that is asking to be lucky, to be honest. So I would like to see market stall out somewhere there. Then I will see a high somewhere. I can place my stop above it and ride this short. So I need to see a consolidate. I don't like to just, stay against that train going higher. It can go higher until the end of the day. We know that. We have seen that many times, actually.
It's just the V-shaped recovery.
Is this
they get enough of
Nasdaq's favorite thing to do, Jay? The old V-bounce.
Yes, it is.
Getting up to 30-minute range high. That's actually touched at 98,953.
Yeah, I'll be looking for a strength setup. I explained it yesterday, which is a momentum setup. If you see 3 green candle, strong green candle followed by weak red candle, that's a strength setup for buyers. That means sellers are weak at this high of this move.
Yeah.
So that would let me take some long at the close of that weak candle, looking only for the ATR, which is 4 points. 4 points is not bad, actually.
No.
So try this. If I got weak red candle, it has to be weak red candle.
Look at these bids in here. We got these bids in here still.
Oh, where's your first one?
920s.
920s. See if we get a little bit of a pullback. 28,941 last trade here in the Nasdaq. So building to the long side. 61% long Nasdaq, 61% long in the S&P, 60% long crude, and 60% long in gold as well. Dolby, you got some bids in, Mo. Any pending orders right now? Are you staying flat for now, looking for that that weakness?
This is a week. This is 1 week red candle. I'm long at 73.87 and a half, the close of that week green candle. My target would be, I would take 4 at 78 plus 4. That is 91 and a half, correct? Yeah. I will take 4 at 91 and a half. My stop will be whenever we lost this momentum. I'll put it at 81.
Mo in long.
This is a reversed reward, by the way. It's a reverse risk to reward, because I might exit earlier than the stop. Whenever I see the momentum dying here, that means I don't have that momentum. I get in because of. So what are the signs of momentum is dying? Whenever I see 3 consecutive red candles. This is number one. Number two, if I see the last two green candle get broken out to the downside. So if we break 73.83 and close below it, I'm out. Or if we get 3 red candles, I'm out. Or if the market decides just to go down from here immediately, I'm having my stop at this low.
Gotcha. Crude catching a bid here. Back at 104s. Crude getting interesting. Everything kind of bidding together because the equities are on a bid as well. Something's lying. We'll see what happens with crude back above 104s.
Sure lying.
Usually oil.
It's usually oil.
The biggest liar in the market. I know the oil. I have been trading oil for 5 years before I quit.
It's a
liar. Why is it always lying to us, Mo?
Yeah.
He's a liar. It's like you're driving behind a taxi cab who is giving you a signal to the right and goes to the left.
Nasdaq in an interesting spot here for shorts, actually.
Those 60s you were talking about.
Yeah, we're at the 1 hour range high. We got crude bidding pretty strong here. Already got burned once on shorts, but you'd like the 20s for a long. We'll see. It's not fun getting chopped up in the Nasdaq though. These micros can add up pretty quick.
For sure.
What even is the correlation right now?
I think it's super weak. I think it's super weak. Yeah, it's back to like it doesn't matter anymore. Territory.
It's back to doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Plus 34.
No, over the last 30 days. Yeah.
Yeah, plus 34.
Still somewhat correlated.
That's still pretty weak though.
Yeah.
So we got, what was this high here? Like early morning high at like 6 a.m. That was the 1 hour range high, 28,950s. So maybe there's some liquidity up there that it wanted to grab. No, you don't know. But with crude bidding here, maybe this is going to follow through to the downside.
Go. Nasdaq pulling back just a little bit here. S&P as well. 73.84. Crude on the bid. 104.13s. Mo long one micro, right, Mo? 5 micros.
5
micros. Coming in to the session with some profits already, managing the risk on this trade. Quick little pullback there, and the equities back on the bid. One of the things that might be, we said crude might be lying. One of the things might be telling us the truth is the bond market right now. The 30-year yields hit highs that they haven't seen in 19 years. Yeah,
that one can't lie.
That never cannot lie. If they try.
Nice bid here, Nasdaq.
Yep. Got down to close to those 920s. But let's bring in that clip on the 30-year bonds, and we will come right back to these charts. Mo, in a long S&P right now. What do we got, Gabe?
The 30-year yield rose to 5.2% on Tuesday. It's a sign that inflation fears and worries about interest rate hikes are taking hold of the Treasury market. As the Iran war continues, angst over government spending is causing investors to pull back from Treasury bonds. And that's not the only sector taking a hit from the war. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, oil and gas prices are at their highest levels in 4 years. Food prices and airfares are also increasing. And the U.S. isn't alone. Japan's 30-year bond yield has hit its highest level on record. The 30-year UK gilt yield is at a 28-year high.
There we go for Mark here. Yeah, nice movement here.
Momentum still continue.
I kind of want to get
elephant candle, which
I don't want to
scared me actually.
Trade.
Mo, is there space for Dolby in your trade here?
No, I'm scared with this elephant candle actually. Usually when I see elephant candle, elephant candle closing at the high, that could be an exhaustion. So yeah. So I'll take my profit here. I take my profit at 91.
Nice job, Mo.
Only long one now. Now I'm not scared. You can join me.
No way.
As you're getting out.
Yeah, you selling it to me, Mo?
Because I'm running. The risk is nothing now. So it's scaring. Being scared, by the way, to be honest, seriously, being scared is because of only two things. Either you have a big size, or you had to have a big stop loss. Otherwise, you will never be scared. You will never be scared if you have a small size, or if you have big stop. Yeah, you don't care. Yeah, exactly. But even the stop should not be very small to be out. So it has to be at least an ATR.
Honestly, Mo, I think I feel if we were gonna say scared, I think I'm less scared with a wider stop.
It's always the size that gets me.
Scared, wider stop, because you have a small size.
Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, I'm not gonna trade a wide stop with 15 minis on, but I think if I have the right position size and then a wide stop, then like the natural fluctuations, right? That's when you can get off of the shorter time frame charts, right? I can look at a 30-minute chart instead of a 3-minute chart, because where my stop is, the market really has to do something that, you know, I didn't measure for. So, and that's fine. But we are in the middle of a V-shaped recovery here. We got 100 lot up at 29,000s in the NASDAQ, 108 on the offer at 29,000 evens in the NASDAQ here. Back up at these 980s. This is the high of the 3-minute opening range right here. Nice trade by Mo. Still long one from 87.5.
Yeah, we're bidding 968.
Bidding 968.
Yeah, I will give myself a little bit of a room. My stop will be 80.75. So I already made 150 in this trade, almost, maybe 100. And I'm risking $33 in the remaining one contract.
All right, we're in.
All right, long one from 968.
Long? Yep, we're long one. We're going to add again at 960. 960.
All right.
And 950.
Yeah, we are in the middle of the supply area in ES.
What price is that, Mo? Just kind of right here, right now,
between 73.95 and 73.90. Yeah, 73, which I took a profit at. So we are in the middle of the supply area, because I will not be surprised if I see sellers coming in this area. So if we break out above 73.95, that would take us to the high of the opening range, 7,403 or 2. Let me draw it here. So
we got some of our favorite traders in the chat. Doom looking for longs. Antonio was in longs. Mo's looking for longs. Market's catching a bid. Tilt's long. You were going to say, Dolby.
I'm liking this like 29,030s area. We've had some pretty consistent, we've had a really nice channel, channeling down here, and that would kind of be another touch of it. 29,033s. I'm sure JD has this drawn on his chart. He's a big fan of channels. Don't change the channel. Keep it on Top Step TV. But
change the channel. Don't touch that dial.
That is right. We will try to find ways to add into this trade as well. We've had nice little range over range here on the 1 minute. We can break above 29,860s. Maybe we can form a new one and bid again. The bid feels very strong in NASDAQ right now.
It's looking pretty good here. Crude starting to sell back below 104s. NASDAQ above the high of that 3-minute opening range now, 28,983. Dolby time long from 968. Most still long one S&P. How's that elephant looking, Mo?
Yeah, that looks great now. Looking at it now, it was a breakout candle, not an exhaustion candle. So it's either way. So whenever you see a strong elephant candle, which has no wick to the downside and close almost to the high, that has to be either an exhaustion candle, if you are at support resistant level, or it could be a breakout candle that the market should not go below it later on. It is like a block are put at that resistance. So it is a block now. It's working in my favor, actually.
Working as a support now.
Oh, good. Hell yeah. Nvidia bidding. Nvidia's in the green again now. Mo up 0.4%. Intel's up 1.9%. That could be helping here.
Look at this 5-minute candle. Still green. Consecutive green candles. Mm-hmm. Now, even if we see a red candle, watch the market. If the next candle is buying that red candle, that means the market in a rally mode or runaway mode.
This just feels. It doesn't feel like sellers are in the house right now, to be honest.
No.
That's kind of the vibe it's giving me.
And even if they come, you got that feeling that the buyer will just attack it again. And they should to stay that momentum. If they don't, that means we are hitting a resistance.
Speaking of which, sellers just came in right on cue. Thank you. And we're really close to the 29,000 here.
Big fat round number up there. 100 on the offer. Reminder to everyone, group coaching after this. We do have group coaching at the top of the hour. If you want to ask some questions today, your questions are going to be answered by Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop. Get your questions in there. That form is pinned to the top of the chat.
Can I ask you a favor, chat?
Let's do it, bro.
I need someone from the chat to ask Hogue this question. Every time I want to do it, but either I'm on air, so I cannot have the time to ask. So ask Hogue this question. If the market is working based on bid and offer, so it's moving because a lot of bids are coming to the market, a lot of offers taking the market down. So we have ES and MES. So how the hell the market, don't write how the hell, but I mean, just how the market is moving synchronized ES and MES the same price, how those bidders and sellers are controlling the movement of the price. Is the market is systematic, MES following ES, whatever, if there is a bid or not? So my question, if there is a bid in ES taking the market higher, does the same bid is affecting the micros, or how this works? So this is always a question that I wanted to ask. Maybe Jay can help us. If
I would say, so all the products we trade are derivatives of something, right? So there is, if they didn't trade together, and every once in a while we'll see a spread, right? Sometimes when we're looking at the opening call, there is a different price that the micro is trading as opposed to the big contract in gold, for example. But there are, there would be huge arbitrage opportunities if that wasn't the case, right? If they were just completely trading completely different prices, there would be huge spread opportunities. So I think market makers that are probably involved in each one of these derivatives have an incentive to try to keep prices in similar areas. That would be my answer. I'm curious what Hogue says, but that would be my answer there.
I mean, for example,
the algos are doing their job.
If there is a market order right now is buying 1,000 mini ES, does the algos immediately place that same to prevent the arbitrage?
That's what I think. The algos are trying to keep
because it is. I understand
prices.
it's derived from something, but the market, the future market, moved because of orders coming in the market, not because of calculation.
True.
That's what. Yeah, so there got to be orders in ES and in micro ES as well.
Yeah.
Somehow market maker should do that.
I think that's why the futures markets are as efficient as they are, right? They're some of the most efficient markets that we have, right? If you look at something like crypto, that's why a lot of people right now say there's probably more opportunity in crypto than there is in traditional markets because of the arbitrage opportunity, right? With some of the decentralized crypto that we saw, there were some times where you could buy Bitcoin on one exchange and sell it on another at a completely different price, right? Because there wasn't that efficiency. But with the futures markets, because it's all one centralized exchange, it is extremely efficient in that way, right? Where everyone can see the same prices. Market makers are going to, interact around those same prices. That would be my response. But I'm going to ask Hogue, how the hell does this keep happening? How the hell they keep prices around the same area? Good question, Mo. And a lot of people in the chat have the question as well. So we'll get that answered for you during group coaching.
For long two.
Is Mo frozen? Or he's just in deep thought right now?
No. I'm thinking.
In deep thought.
Nice
bid
my
here.
stop for my
long two,
my
Dolby?
contract, my one contract now, my runner.
Yep. Average is 979 3/4. Our stop is
979
at
3/4. Nice push.
955 half.
Let's get to settlement. Why don't we?
Where's settlement at? What's that number?
29.96.
What is the high? What's the high of the opening range in ES?
Really good.
30-minute opening range.
Crude selling.
Yeah.
74.02 quarter.
Yeah, watch out that level, Dolby.
We're going to break even.
Let me check it. The 30-minute. Yeah. Yeah, watch
Crude
out
selling.
the 70s. The 70s, yeah.
70s? I would love 70s.
In the
yeah, that's the high of the opening
NASDAQ?
range.
Yeah, 29,070 would be amazing. Why not?
Let's just get to all-time highs. Why not? Honestly, I think settlement looks like a really
is
good
about to
target
get there because
you said
it's about to get there. As long as we are above
96.
Look at this, Dolby. As long as we are above 960, okay, the target for those buyer is as 29,070. Hold on that. Think about it. Risk to reward, it's amazing. With your entry
We're aligned
price.
here. We're aligned
So,
here.
Mo, would you disagree with the break-even stop right now and just go stop below 60s?
I don't know. The stop should be below 960. I don't know what is the entry price.
Got you.
960? All right. It's 879 3/4.
What is your entry?
79 3/4.
Yeah, so if you see a close below 960, get out.
Okay, got it.
You have the luxury to wait for the close of the 5 minutes.
Catching a bit here.
Another push.
We did have a headline. The UK government permits the provision of certain services and actions related to the import of diesel and jet fuel processed in third countries from Russian crude oil. That came out a couple minutes ago. I don't know if that really had much of an effect, but we are seeing some selling in crude. 103.63s last trade there. 29,018s, 29,020s now. Last trade in the NASDAQ.
Well, 10%.
Nice,
We're in 10%. So we took $100 on one of those. Now we're down 55.
Nice.
Man, this feels.
So don't worry about your stop anymore.
Yeah, just leave it.
Nice bid here. Mo, are you trailing yours, Mo, or are you just letting it work? No.
I'm trailing, yeah. I'm about to be at break even. My entry is at 87.5. My stop now 85 or 86. So I'm risking less now. I was risking $33. Now I'm risking $8. How beautiful is that?
Love it.
Oh,
Nvidia,
beautiful.
man, Nvidia's trying to push here too. Nvidia gets over 223.30s. That would look pretty damn good for NASDAQ futures here. Get above like 223.70s, 30s, give or take. It's kind of topping up there, but we'll see what happens.
Looking pretty good
Shout
here.
out
Got some
to
good trades.
Arhel.
I was just going to read
took
that. Go ahead.
that long and he passed his combine. Congratulations.
Hey, good job.
There you go. Trade well in that XFA. Nice job taking the
Thanks
trade.
to you.
If you haven't done so
Thanks to
already,
you, not
Mo,
me. You take that decision. You Go ahead.
it's all their trades, Mo. Do we think Tar Heel hit the thumbs up button? That was my question, Mo. That was it.
Yeah,
Definitely
you
Tar
had-
Heel, nice trade.
Yeah. We only have 500 likes, so we should have one more.
Yeah. Beautiful call outs. Dolby Time originally getting short in this market and flipping long, not holding on to a bias, accepting that you're wrong and flipping. That is what we got to do as traders. Mo came in here looking for longs, extreme patience on that trade, and now we get to reap the benefits. So good stuff as always. Great trading with you guys for the past 2 days. Mo, when's the next time we're going to see you on Top Step TV?
Tomorrow, fast market, I believe. Yeah.
Let's go.
More
Hell
Mo
yeah.
on Top Step TV. If you don't like that, you don't like live trading, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Dolby Time, we'll see you for Power Hour. Hopefully we get up to settlement price in the NASDAQ here. It'd be a pretty nice trade. We got group coaching coming up next. Anne-Marie, Hoop, and Hogue. That form is still pinned to the chat, so you still have time to get your questions in. Stick around. It's Top Step TV. Let's go.
Welcome to group coaching. It's 12 o'clock Central, lunchtime. Get your sandwich, get your glass of milk, because we got two wonderful experts, two wonderful coaches. We got Anne Marie, we got Hoop. I'm John, by the way. Always welcome. Happy to have you here. Happy to answer your questions. We do have some very good questions, but you can continue to put those in through the session. If we don't get to them, we promise we will eventually get to them, but you gotta tune in and you gotta put a like in right now. If you haven't hit like yet, do it for Anne Marie. Do it for who? We do it for you. Glad you're here. Hoop, what are you up?
Well, yeah, not just that easy, Hogue. I hit my DLL on my Express, but I'm up $400 in a combine. But took a day off yesterday, and got an invite to go play at where they play the Phoenix Open in a scramble, and Arissa would have had scrambled eggs. So when you work a lot and you don't go and practice enough, boy, does it come out on the golf course. So had a lot of fun. Probably be the last day in AZ under 90 degrees. So weather was great. Company was great. Played with a former guy from the floor who you know, Oak. So shout out to Bobby J. And yeah, had fun. It's normally a golf course that costs about $600 to play. Yeah, so took advantage of it. I got, let's put it this way.
Nice.
I got $600 worth of golf yesterday.
Outstanding. Outstanding. And you're right. You don't practice.
Like any
true in trading too.
Yep.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Well, sorry you had a rough day today. Maybe I should stop asking because you're usually so consistently up. I just assume.
The apropos tip of the week was expect the unexpected, and I should have heeded those words walking into today. So, you know, when you get away from the market for a day, you're kind of takes you a little bit to recalibrate. Let's just put it that way. I think all of us agree with that.
Mondays are particularly like that for me.
Yeah, 100%.
Get 2 days away and you forget a lot. It seems like.
Yeah.
Like going to school, you get summer off and you forget half what you learned the year before.
Yeah.
Anne Marie, how's your day going so far? Any trades on right now?
Nothing on right now. I'm watching for a couple of levels. I want to see how well this push up occurs. It almost feels reflexive, like everybody got too short and they're just unwinding. So pretty interesting move. Pretty interesting move.
Well, that happens a lot in the equities, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah,
we added a lot of open interest to the downside yesterday in the ES and the NASDAQ. And when we didn't get that continuation to the downside, it's going to be a turnaround Tuesday, or at least for now, it's looking like that.
Yeah.
Shout out to JD. Turnaround Tuesday.
I think Treasury scared everybody too, Hogue, this morning. When Treasuries went in free for all, I think markets got a little. You said it. Markets got jittery.
Yeah.
And understandably.
Mm-hmm.
We got the 10-year off its lows a little bit here, so yields have come off those highs a little bit, but we haven't been there since before, like the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. That's the last time yields have been up there.
Yep.
Let's not do that again. I'm not up for that. No. I don't have the mental capital I did then. 17 years ago, I was a young man. Yeah. All right. So, David sent in a question, and for you, Anne Marie, and I don't know that I've ever heard you say this, but he says, "Hello, if I misunderstood, please clarify." But yesterday, Anne Marie was talking about levering up into winners as a novice move, or something to that effect, which is surprising after she said she knew Hugard. So my question, Hogan and Anne Marie, when should one start to consider adding to winners? Thank you for all you guys and gals do. Much appreciated. Now, this is again from David. Have you ever said adding to winners is a...
No, I haven't. So that was a misunderstanding of words, I think. What I'm suggesting to the trader is if you're working on a specific strategy and you don't have consistency, don't continue to add into your move, particularly if you're upside down in the move, not even if you're winning in the move, if you aren't sitting in a structure that's consistently got expected values that are positive, you don't want to do that. But I would never say that would be a novice move, because I think it's easy for novices to chase initial moves up. So they do that, but so do pros. It wasn't so much about moving something up and down or adding to it because you're a novice. It was about having a strategy that was consistent. So a lot of times, we think we're saying something clearly, and then someone says something back and you go, "Oh, that's not what I meant at all. So forgive me for not using my words properly."
And if you ask me, I mean, adding to winning trades is
very
not something novices do.
Exactly.
I mean, it takes time to understand when you've got something good that you want to add to, and Hugard says all the time, well, why would you get out of a trade that's moving in your direction? That's when you want to add to it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Of course, nothing works every time, but it's all, based on market state. Like, if I'm actively trading and I got a failed downside auction in the direction of the bigger trend, that's something I'm going to try and add to, because I have a very specific target that I want to get to, and that's the other extreme of the initial balance. So as long as we continue to march towards that, I can try and add to it on pullbacks. But if it's a range bound day, you got to be pretty quick to add to winners on range bound days. Number one, and number two, you can't fall in love. You can't marry that. What do you think?
You got to have the right. Yeah, you got to have the right market state to add. You're right, Hogue. I mean, you get a directional stair stepping up market. You can load up into those. But like you said, if you get into like this morning, how would you like to be adding into with the volatility we had this morning? You got your face ripped off this morning. So yeah, you need the right market state, but it is, it's kind of like the trailing stop, Hogue. We always say it. It's an art form. Adding to winners and trailing stops is an art form. A lot of practice.
Yes, it is. And we actually have a question on the other direction here. Now, DMAC is asking for opinions on averaging into losing trades. I find success at times piping in at 0.1 feeler and then averaging in. I'm not sure what piping in at 0.1 feeler is, but you got to be careful, DMAC. There's a fine line between averaging into a position in a zone and adding to a losing position. In the trading pit, we used to we'd just stand there and watch a guy, and he'd buy a bunch at 8, and he'd start taking heat on it, and he'd buy some more at 6, and he'd take more heat on those. Pretty soon he's buying more at 4, Now he's starting to panic and he's buying more at 2. And when it goes even offer, he's puking out of everything. So there is that difference. If it's part of a plan to enter or to accumulate an inventory in a zone, that's one thing. But again, it's a thin line. When we saw people doing that, we told them they were doing the moron trade. When it's going against you, you just put more on.
Right.
And the problem with it is, once in a while, it works. And you start to think it's going to work every time. But 99 times out of 100, it's probably just going to cost you a lot of money, if not your entire account. So, you know, Anne-Marie, I mean, while it's a thin line, it seems like miles apart between the difference between accumulating an inventory to range and adding to a losing trade.
Exactly.
What's the major difference to you?
Well, are you moving with trend or against trend? And if you are entering in on a counter trend move, so we would call this particularly counter trend. If you were trying to go long as the market was going up in a downward formation, if it started making lower lows and you kept adding on, you'd be sitting on the wrong side of the fence, no matter what. If you're adding on dips here, you can see that the price action's been moving up. So adding in dips when you're going with trend, not bad. Adding in dips when you're going against trend, not good. So that's basically how I would sit with that particular one.
Like trying to catch a knife, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
This has to be the low. I'll just buy more.
Yes.
Right.
This has to be the low.
I talked about your moron trade on Sunday night because I just remember, you know, and of course I've done those things until you get to a space where you go, hey, listen, stop putting off the inevitable, right? You're trying to paste Band-Aids on a gaping flesh wound. You know, at some point you're going to have to say, I better leave or I'm going to have to head to the ER.
That's true. It's what it feels like, too, when you're really doing the moron trade and you keep adding and it keeps going against you and
like,
it keeps going against you.
Just this one more time. Just
this
one more space. It's going to turn. Absolutely. This is the floor. This is the ceiling.
This time will be different.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yep.
Yeah. Hoop, I know you've been kind of, as we all have in our careers, fighting the desire to pick the low or pick the high.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a kind of a form of what we're talking about doing here is, you know, when the market is trending higher and you try and pick the high and get run over, and then you try and pick the high again and get run over, and you try and pick the high again and get run over, it's kind of a degree of adding to a losing position. Don't you think so?
Well, I mean, for me, Hogue, because we always used to use, you know, or we get in that spot of using exact levels. So what I do, like looking at gold, I'll pick a zone and the zone might be, let's say, $3 to $4 wide. And I'm using micros. So if I do 2 or 3 micros, am I going to get the exact number? You know, this is how I've treated it, is just knowing if I'm going to have this box or this zone that I'm going to work in, I want to be able to, you know, kind of be in an area, in a zone, instead of just saying it's going right here, it's going to stop here, and it's going to turn around. Just, you know, I'm not saying things won't work like that. They can. But I'll treat it as a zone. And then if it busts the zone, then I'm out. But that's kind of how because I scale in and scale out as I trade, I always just look at that area as a zone instead of this. Spent a lot of time early in my career looking at just this line. It's exact. If it doesn't get right here, that's the 10% rule came from what? From too many times waiting for the exact level to get hit and just getting smoked because it didn't hit it exactly. So, yeah, that's why I look at it as zone. And if it busts the zone, then I'm out. Because, we're going to go like here in gold. We come up to this area. We let's say we bust through VWAP and then we bust through this overhead resistance. I don't want to be in that. And that's what I have to accept. So that's kind of the way I treat it now, as a zone. And if it busts out of the zone, I'm like Anne Marie says, I'm the wrong way.
Folks, we got equities putting up new session highs as we speak. You talk about a turnaround Tuesday.
Yep.
We got one going here. We definitely got one going here. I still think we've got room to go before we can break the downside downtrend in the short time frame, but we are seeing some good buyers coming in on this stuff. We've got Delta up 3,200 now in the ES. We've got Delta plus 100 in the NASDAQ. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ have just taken out their initial balance highs, and we've got a rally going on here, folks. We do have a rally.
Super thin volume, though.
Yes. And
a lot of volume on that open though today.
Yep.
NASDAQ just traded back to settlement. S&P's not quite there, still 0.2% lower. But boy, oh boy, when the buyers come in. What was I calling them the other day? The Incredibuyers. It's a family of superheroes that come in and buy the equities whenever there's a break.
Oh, it's funny.
But that volume today on the open hub.
I'm going to create those on AI. The Incredibuyers. And, Toro of the Woods saying short covering rally. And it may be right.
Yep.
You got a little short the last couple of days. And what do these markets do? They're like zombies. Except the market doesn't eat brains, it eats shorts.
That is the truth.
More shorts. More shorts.
Got that right.
More shorts.
All right.
We'll get you tomorrow.
Okay. Hang on. So, Gerwin is asking, is there a way to navigate rotation? My problem, I have a hard time seeing the market changing over from my initial bias. I think there was another question like this not too long ago about how do you, well, here it is. It's kind of another similar question. David is asking, how does one know when to change the bias for the day? For example, today in NQ, it started the trading session. We opened, hit a high of 29.0828, and then we dropped to 28.650 before establishing a bullish trend, now going toward the previous high of the day. Please and thank you. So I think everybody, and check me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think everybody has a tendency to come into the market with a bias, right? And
Certainly.
you think, all right, well, the way the market looks, it looks like it's going to probably see some continuation to the downside. So I'm going to be looking for opportunities for shorts if I get the good opportunities and I'm able to limit risk and I get good trade location. Very often, especially with the equities, the Incredibuyers come in and change everything. How do you recognize when there's a change like that in the short time frame. In the longer time frame, I think you get more time to think about it because changing direction in a market in a longer time frame is like trying to turn a battleship around in the harbor. It takes time. It takes time. But in the daytime frame, things happen fast. So, Anne Marie, I mean, you looking for levels from longer time frame that might provide some structure or support. You're looking for some sort of short time frame reversal pattern that might offer you the opportunity to limit risk. But what else are we looking for when we're thinking the market state is, may change from one direction to the other direction or even into balance? What do you think, Anne Marie? It's a great question.
Yeah, it is. That's what I was going to say. It's a really good question because the answer can be simple and it can be complex, really. And so the question might be, where are you finding yourself not seeing the turn? Is it at the beginning where you're trying to get in too early, or does the market sort of run away from you in terms of your shorter time frames? For me, I'm always looking at things in terms of where's the biggest volume candle? What did my market on close do yesterday? What did my market on open candle do yesterday? And paying attention to those highs and lows. And as simple as it is, if you're looking at yesterday's lows and you break them, but then you recover them, this is what your mind should say. Ooh, the sellers tried to take over, but they couldn't. And so what we end up having is this disbelief about a fight that took place, the scorecard that came up that said, yep, the sellers, down in the 5th round or whatever, and the buyers won that fight. And so it really is as simple as, did I break a lower low? Did I break a lower high? If you broke a lower low, your brain might go, ooh, it's continuing. But if it stops making new lows, what it's telling you is the buyers are coming in to defend. And so paying attention to price itself, rather than your moving averages, rather than what's happening with delta, all of those things are ancillary, but the big picture is what happened at those lows or what happened near the highs. So for the pre-market, we could have looked at it and said, okay, I had my market on close candle right up here, and the high was 74.27. And the traders came in and they tried to push higher, but then they couldn't. And so if I lose the high of my market on close candle, after they tried to break and stay above it, it says the buyers lost. And so if the buyers lose, sellers take over, and where are they going to go? To the bottom of the market on close candle, right there. They'll go there, and then they'll make another decision. And they did it again, tried to get to the top of that MOC candle. They still couldn't do it. So I told you, sellers are back in charge. And so looking at price and evaluating it mentally instead of signals. And I think this is where a lot of us that are looking for AI to tell us exactly what to do and all of that stuff in trading, it takes away the element of sensibilities that just say, listen, if the buyers can't move higher, it means the sellers are going to move it lower. And if the sellers can't move it lower, the buyers are going to move it higher. and just look at it from that direction. And just, I know it sounds overly simplistic, but I promise
You're making it look simple.
It works. And really, the second guessing of yourself is what's going to be the problem. Oh, are they really doing that? I mean, are they really trying to win? Did they really win? Well, from the first time they break out and get up over the top of it, you have to go, yeah, they've won. I don't know how long they're going to win for, but I know they just won there. And so if I want to take the trade, that's what I want to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So hard to adjust your bias.
Yeah, I'm a little Forrest Gump about trading, really, in terms of just simple is as simple does, and it works for me.
I mean, it's almost like, something I say, buyers are going to be in control and push price higher until they stop. Sellers will then take over and push price lower. That's how the auction to one direction ends and a new auction in the other direction begins. Very simple, but
not easy.
Basically what it is.
Yeah.
What are you looking at to see to change your bias?
Oh, perfect example as you guys were talking there. So, we've been on a tear off the bottom. I have the pivot points on the chart. Pivot point was at 74.16. And this is where putting a trade on in a zone can also be missing a trade and being exact. So we hit right up almost to you can see where I took one short, but I have a two sitting a little bit higher because once again, Coach Boss probably like, is your market button broken? We came right up to the exact part of the pivot, and now we're starting to reject off. So I was going to risk basically above the 200-day, which is, it's a 1-to-1. You're risking 8, to basically us rotate back down to 7,400. So, pivot points, can also be, once again, you can see the first time we rallied off the bottom, we came up to the pivots, and then it was acted as resistance. And then the second or third time we get here, we just blew right through it, right? So next pivot was sitting up here, and I'm like, man, we have just tore off the bottom. I'm looking for a short. That's just, could it be the exploding candle or whatever? But I'm like, at least I can manage risk up in here.
You're in it.
So, yeah. And once again, this is where I get queued up here and look at a zone. And if I probably would have, I would have been all in, but I'm not. No coulda, woulda, shouldas in this bit. So we'll see how it plays out.
Well, we've got Sabasan has been repeatedly telling me put a trend line from the all-time high across the 5-minute chart. So there it is. There's the all-time high. Contact, and where? Right on your pivot point. Right there, Hoop. Right there. Let's see if this rolls over for you. Right? All right.
Yep.
So two answers there. One thing that I wanted to kind of touch on is Mohammed was asking how the micros and the minis, like the MES and the M and the ES, stay so perfectly in line as far as price is concerned. And it's in essence, I mean, they're the same market, but different markets. We all know that the MES is 1/10 the size of the ES. but they're both related to the same underlying commodity or the underlying index, which is the SPX, and which is a basket of 500 stocks. So just because they're different and the MES is a smaller contract doesn't mean that it's not going to price the same way. The fact that they are different markets would allow them to have some inefficiencies in where the bids and offer are exactly because they are different markets. So if you were to equate this to when the big ES was still trading in the pit and the minis were trading side by side, on screen outside the pit. So the way that the markets were arbitraged to basically the same price is a guy standing in the pit could be watching the minis and seeing a 50 lot bid at, let's just say 50 at a half. Okay. There's a bid for 50 contracts on the bid. He looks around the pit, sees a broker who's got 10 to sell, and the guy in the pit says, I'll pay 20 for him. The broker hits him on a 10 lot at 20. So now the guy in the pit is long 20s in the bigs while it's still 50 bid in the minis. If he's quick enough, he can say, "Hey, I just bought 10 to 20," and the guy on the screen up in the balcony or whatever sells those 50 ES. They just made basically, what is it? 1, 2, 3, well, 30 cents on 10 bigs. So what are we looking at? We're looking at 75, $750 on that trade. Bing, bing, done. So if you were going to be looking at the dome in both the MES and the ES, and you'd have to be lightning fast because there are computers that are doing this. Let's say you're able to buy 10 micros at 74.10, but it's already bid at 74.10 in the minis. You're basically buying the bid in the minis when it's on the offer in the micros. Now, the problem with that is they're not fungible. You can't buy 10 micros and sell one mini and then have them match up at the end of the day. You're going to have both positions. So that's one of the things that makes it difficult to arbitrage between the micros and the minis. They're not fungible. They're not the same. They're different contracts. When they made the minis fungible outside the big S&Ps, the pit traded S&Ps, it changed the world for everybody. There was so much arbitraging going on between them, and guys were just printing money because you could buy 40s in the pit and sell halves in the micros, and in the minis. And the difference was the minis were already trading in quarters, even, quarter, half, 75, and even, while the pit was still trading in dimes, 10, 20, 30, 40, half, 60, 70, 80, and so forth. So you could squeak out those little price inefficiencies hundreds of times a day and just print money. But the way that the ES and the MES stay so closely related is there's algos, there's HFTs. They are so fast, and if they can find a way to make $1 on a micro, they're going to take it. But that's how they stay so closely related as far as markets are concerned. I hope that is clear and it helps.
That was the edge, right, Hogue? That was the edge on the floor. That's what you spent $4,000 a month to lease a seat to be right next to Price, right? I mean, that was the edge, So, this is
the thing about it is
all electronic.
That arbitrage was golden for about 5-7 years.
Yeah.
But the guys who were most efficient at it never told anybody about it. They weren't going to tell you, I'm printing money doing this. No, they're just going to stand there and do their business and be quiet about it and not talk about it. And so, yeah, there were some folks that really were able to clean up just on the arbitrage. And you know what ticked off a lot of actual traders? Because they were never at risk. Yeah, they'd have losing trades if they weren't fast enough in clearing out the minis. But they were never really outright at risk. And the people in the pit that were at outright risk used to call them pseudo traders, and you're not an actual trader. You're an arbitrager. You're the
profile.
Yeah. Well, they could have, done the same thing, get a headset, put somebody on a machine up in the rafters on the trading floor and start arbitraging. You could do the same thing. But there were a lot of traders that made a lot of money in outright trading. And when the minis came in, they continued to try and trade the same way, and things changed. Yep. There were a couple of guys, I used to call him John Henry, the story of John Henry, right? John Henry was a rail spike driver with a sledgehammer, and he was a big, strong guy, and he was the best and the fastest at it. And when they came up with a machine, a steam-driven rail spike driver, he tried to compete against the steam-driven rail spike driver, and he beat it, but he worked so hard it killed him. And that was the story of some of the final folks in the S&P. They would not change, and they kept trying to do what had worked for years. It's frequency bias, right? They just wouldn't give it up, and it cost them a lot. Right. We had this question the other day, and here's another trader that is feeling the same way. This is Alex. He says, "Is there a word for this? I feel discouraged when I see other high P&Ls. I make an average of $4,000 a day, but I feel like I need to want to full port to have 20,000 days. I feel like social media plays a big role in that, and it does, Alex. It does. If you're making $4,000 a day, what are you worried about? What are you worried about? Some of these big P&Ls, they're also traders that take some pretty serious consistent losses as well. We're showing the big days, but they've worked their way up to that, number one. And number two, you got to remember that every day isn't a rose garden, if you will. They have their hard times. They do have their hard times. But Alex, if you're making $4,000 a day, that's something I think you should be really freaking proud of. And I think you should feel really good. And we should all feel good about ourselves because we're all good people. Trading has nothing to do with that. But making $4,000 in a day, beautiful. Very respectable. Don't ever compare yourself to any other traders. It's the thief of joy. I heard somebody get into something here. Who got into the market?
I flattened too. Wiggly.
Huh?
There's news coming across.
Right. Uh-oh. Oh, Trump told us to aggressively negotiate with Iran. That is Vice President Vance. Just spoke to Trump about Iran. We have two paths we can go down with Iran. Yes. Yep. I'm always praying for the peaceful one, and I hope all of you are as well. So, Anne Marie, what'd you put on? What are you thinking? You're short.
Short, MES.
Okay. You like it up against this pivot point, that trend line?
I do.
You got a couple of points of contact up there, so looks good. So And Maria, I'm going to let you focus a little bit on your trade there. I know you just get into it, and we have to stare it down. You got to stare it down. Hoop, what do you think? I mean, making $4,000 a day, but you feel like you're not as good a trader as somebody that once in a while makes 20 grand. I mean, be proud, man. Be proud. Don't compare.
You're looking at to me, you're looking at the wrong picture. Trading P&L and money and what other people are doing, Hogue, I get it. A lot of flexing going on in prop, and there was a lot of flexing going on the floor. Hey, I made 10 grand today. I made 15 grand today. I just, Hogue, we've seen too many guys that get so, all they're doing is trading the money and not trading whatever got them. If they were a great scalper and they had their levels when they walked in the pit, or whether they had them when they're on the screen, it's just dangerous saying, is $4,000 enough? You got 250 trading days in a year. If you trade 200 of them, you're going to make 800 grand. I mean, I get it, but what your focus is, and I know a lot of people really get tired of hearing all of us as coaches say the process. Thinking you're just going to churn $4,000 out of the market every day. If you can pull that out and you're pulling it out now, power to you. But
absolutely
be careful of trading what other people are doing and what you're striving to do. It's dangerous. I've seen, Hogue, we've seen a lot of guys get taken out by just trading money and not trading within their system or their strategy, and just trade the money. It usually doesn't end well. So please be careful of, watching what other people are putting up, and it's just dangerous. If you're not managing the risk and you're just trading the money.
It seems like the gentlemen traders on the trading floor, the real successful ones, they didn't talk about money. They didn't tell you what kind of day they had, and you couldn't tell if it was up or down $100,000. And there were the ones that would, they would boast and say, yeah, I'm up this much, I'm up that much, I'm up this much. And they were always in question, like, why is he, telling us all this? Is it even true? So social media is so crazy because people they can tell you whatever they want to tell you. It's not like there's that much accountability out there in the world of trading, in the trading world in general. But it's the ones that don't talk that are the ones you got to worry about. It's the ones that talk too much that are the ones that are. So I don't know. I don't do social media like ever. It's just something that I, have chosen not to really be involved in, and maybe one day I will. I don't know, but it's the quiet ones, in my experience, have proven to be some of the best ones. The loud ones, got to take them with a grain of salt. So, Alex, if you're averaging $4,000 a day, God bless you. Keep doing that forever.
Yep.
You can build an empire that way. $4,000 a day. You can build an empire. Just keep doing that day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. You're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. Anybody else want to comment on Alex's question here? I know you've been focusing, Anne Marie. You got a trade on.
And I also have these guys grinding floors up above me, so I didn't want to make you guys crazy. So
okay,
yeah, like there they are, right there.
Understood. Understood. Okay. Yeah. Anne Marie, there is a special guest here with us that wants to ask you a question.
I'm ready.
That's me.
Ready?
Yep. So, question, Anne Marie. You use AI a lot, and a lot of what we saw something come across the news about Google, and now they're coming out with a new AI, and we know, Musk just had his thing. When the dust settles, this feels so dot-commy in terms of how this was in the 90s to what it is now. Curious to see from your perspective, since you use AI a lot, what's your feeling on all this, of how this is going to look in the next, I don't know, 2 months? Is all this froth going to come out of the NQ because AI and the dust is going to eventually settle? I just see this every day, AI, and I'm curious as a macro person, what you see in the next 3 to 6 months.
So super interesting. Can you guys hear that grinding? Do you hear it?
Not right now.
Okay,
Personally,
great.
I cannot.
Okay, so it's there, and let production tell us. But this mic microphone, the Mac microphone, is really good, so it helps filter that out. I just finished all the 13Fs, and one of the big things all of them were betting on is Google, and Google being the hyperscaler. And so I suspect that it is gonna, Elon was mad about OpenAI going for profit because he left when it was not for profit, and he what's that thing? Sour grapes, spoiled milk, whatever it is.
Milk.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, so he's got, I'm glad that he lost that, because he should have. It was
We're not going to lose any sleep over money for Elon Musk. Yeah.
So, what's interesting, I believe, is who's going to move in spite, and the 13Fs tell us that Google is going to win that one. So my concern is, how are individuals watching television every day hearing stuff like, we're going to get another 4,000 people go because AI is going to streamline work, and now 4,000 more people are out of jobs. Sentiment on AI is very low. People in Joe Normal hates AI. It's either too much energy or whatever it is that they're saying. And so they're not trying to harness it because it's evil or whatever the case is. But I don't think companies are going to stop moving in that direction, because they're hamstrung by the investors that go, give me my return. But the groundswell is certainly against it. And who's going to win? Listen, Anthropic is still, now the last out of chat with Codex, very, very good. Anthropic just dropped another level that said, hey, you can put all your stuff in this box right here, and we'll go clean and organize everything. Give you everything that you need within your space, and you can do it without any layering of administrative help. It's all gone. The AI takes complete care of it. Now, if you're going to give your agency over to that, meaning human agency, you yourself, then maybe it works for you really well. But then you know, if some we do you guys know what AI psychosis is?
No.
Have you heard of this? Okay, so AI psychosis is when you spend so much time with your chat that you speak to it like it's a person having conversations with you, which I never do. I just tell my AI to do something, right? That's all I'm doing is giving it. I don't entertain it with conversation. A lot of people do, and they turn it into their boyfriends, their girlfriends, their whatevers, and they end up giving over their agency and telling the AI, listen, you just tell me what to do. I'll just give you control of everything because you know better than me. So that's called AI psychosis. And if you are at a senior level and develop AI psychosis, and you do that at the higher edges of spaces in a corporate structure where that matters, things could get very dicey. So I think we're about to see a lot of unfolding and a reckoning. And I think ultimately it's going to do the same thing that the .com did. I mean, it'll come back. Listen, it's great.
Right.
It's super. But just like the .com came in and then collapsed, every new horizontal thing that makes everything different is going to matter. And AI is one of those horizontal things. It's going to touch almost every single thing in your life, just like the internet did in the year 2000.
Right. Mm-hmm.
When Skynet became self-aware.
I knew it was coming, Og. Look, it all take over.
Listen, they're using the old versions of AI to make the new versions. So the old versions are actually telling them how to make new versions.
How to make the new.
And of themselves better. And they learn how to lie. They learn when they're being tested, and they learn what the answers are supposed to be. They learn to lie. It's absolutely fascinating. When you engage with them on things that you anticipate to be sentient, the answers that you get are incredibly disturbing. So we've got a reckoning coming. It's going to be it's going to be very interesting.
I saw that there was like a college commencement where whoever was speaking was the motivational speaker was talking about AI and how important it's going to be and everything, and all the kids started booing her because they don't think it's a good thing. It's going to take their jobs.
Exactly.
Right.
No entry-level
100%.
work. And then how do you become experienced if you can't have an entry-level job?
Right.
Catch-22.
Good short, Amber.
I can't do that. I can't do that, Dave.
I'm going to watch that
open
movie
the hat.
again. I
can't
I'm going to watch that movie
Relax,
again.
Dave.
Well, it looks like time's up. I always have such a good time. And Marie, Hoop, as always, thanks for your time, your knowledge, and your experience. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the group coaching session today. I know I did. Hope there was a lot of things to carry with you and moving forward. So we have Trade with Top Step coming up next. We got JD, Gabe, and Coach Vince, Vinny Tutix back at it again. We'll look forward to seeing them coming up. Don't forget, still lots to do on Top Step TV. Hit the like, subscribe, notify.
Thanks,
Let's go. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Top Step TV. It is 1:03 p.m. in the Chicago time, which means it's time to trade with Top Step. I'm JD. You guys all know Gabe. What's going on, Gabe? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. Just looking at these markets. I was away for a little bit this morning, and look at what happened. Completely turned around here. That is the definition of a turnaround Tuesday, isn't it there, JD?
That is a turnaround Tuesday. You might even call that, let's take a look at a 15-minute chart. I'm looking at the S&P. That is what some might refer to as a treasure map formation. One of MP, the trader-in-chief's favorite chart patterns. It's just a V form. It's just a V recovery. But we've got Coach Vince is coming back. Coach Vince is dealing with some tech gremlins in the back. He went to restart his computer. We're gonna have him back here in just a couple of minutes. So once that happens, we're gonna start trading up. But Gabe, what's catching your eye? Are we flagging right now? Are we gonna hit another high?
Man, we look like we got a first pullback after that ripper from essentially 11.10 all the way up to about 12.20. We moved from the 790s and made a high of about 126.25. So we definitely we're due for a pullback, and we kind of tapped a little pivot high from about 2:45 in the morning, and that's where we kind of saw that first pullback, and it was about 120 point pullback. So if we see any sort of strength back above 100, I very well think we could go attack. We have another high from Monday night, so the reopen yesterday. We have like the 190 print from about, we'll call it 7:20 p.m. Central. So definitely possible, continuation if we get back into these hundreds and maybe even close above 125. That'd be a good sign for another 60, 70 point run. But if we reject the 100s here, then I'm going to be looking for shorts, targeting 29,000.
Got it. All right, we're sitting just underneath settlement price in the NASDAQ also. 29,096 is settlement. We're right there right now. What's it going to do? I see Vince in the green room. We're going to get him in here in just a minute, get his take on these markets also. I'm going to pull up the E-mini S&P 500 future. This looks like a textbook little flagging pattern right here. We're right up at that, butting right up against the channel line right now. So we'll see if this wants to make a move. We'll see a breakout on some decent volume. We got a confirmation just above yesterday's volume point of control. 74.11 is yesterday's volume point of control. Get a spike above there. Maybe we get along into new highs. It'll take a few minutes to play out though. There's the door. Who's there? Come on in. There is Coach Vince, head coach of the Market Makers Top Step VIP. Vinny, how you doing, bud? What's going on in your world?
Good. Not bad. Good to see you there, Gabe. Good to see you there, JD. Just looking for an opportunity. I was short ES earlier, and then we caught, I got stopped out on it. We caught like 16 5-minute bars straight up, right? The market just made a turn. Not sure if any news came out. Anything come out you guys are aware of that turned these markets around? Because we were building some balance here on the lows. That's why I took the short earlier. But I had about 1.5 to 1 in the trade, and then it turned around and stopped me out. So,
the news that came out, there's been headlines flying around all day. Hey, Vince, when you get a chance, share your charts with the room so we can see what you're looking at.
Yep. Yeah, let me get that fixed. Sorry about that.
Most recent headlines out were about Google AI mode queries have more than doubled every quarter since launch. But yeah, when you talk about a zombie rally higher, that's at 16 green 5-minute candles in a row. And that's a textbook flagging pattern also, You want to see that long flag pull, followed up by a slight pullback, and then continuation of the upside.
The only problem, though, that we do have here, JD, is we do have both sides of the IB have been breached. So we could have a neutral center day. I did try a short earlier. I was short with Anne-Marie. I did cover that. I didn't feel too comfortable in it. So I might look for a long here. So we're going to see what the market gives us here.
Yeah. Just a little more about that, Vince.
I'm with you
You
there.
take out both sides of the initial balance. And yeah, what'd you call it? A central?
Neutral center day.
Neutral center day.
Yeah, it's profile.
Want to talk a little more?
So, yeah.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Here, let me pull up this chart, and I'll give you an idea of what's going on. So when we're looking at this 9:30 open, okay, we put in our IB high here. We put in the IB low right here. And you'll see we traded beautiful failed downside auction, by the way. Actually, I was long at 64 quarter. I know Hogue was, I think, long at 67s or 66. I was actually long here. I got stopped out on this candle, and then we got the rotation back up, and we're targeting the other side of the initial balance range, and it took out the high, right? Now we breached the other side of the IB, and then a lot of times we'll settle in the center of the range. Doesn't happen all the time, but there's some statistics out there that say, hey, we might, end up in a range bound type day. But it's looking pretty strong. I mean, these green candles, this is a change in behavior, right? This isn't a grind higher, slow grind, and then it takes out the high. And, this is kind of, I think it's short covering. I think that maybe people got too short down here and got caught. But we'll see what happens here. I got to see if I can find the delta reading. Do you have the delta by any chance?
I do not.
All right, I'm gonna grab it.
Ooh, right, the delta.
We just got another 5 minutes. Three 5-minute legs in a row, like up close candles, no inside bars. I'm long 5 MNQ from 94. That looks nice, strong to me. I'm looking for a little continuation back up to 190. Let's see if we can get another leg to the upside here. I mean that's a pretty bullish, V-shaped recovery there off that last little, 100-point dump after those 125 highs took place. So I'm pretty bullish on that. If we reject here, obviously, I'm going to take a little bit of risk here. I'm already green on the day, about 340, so I'm going to risk the 30s. So about a 60 points, give this market a little bit of room to breathe. But yeah, I like that motion that I'm seeing right now. Let's see if we can get another push.
Sounds good.
Start to trail this aggressively.
Yeah, I'm going to work along here. You're already long there, Gabe?
Yeah, I'm long 5 MNQ from 94 even.
4. Let's see here. 3.
Just underneath settlement.
4. Yeah. I'll start to reduce risk once we get above 125. Trail this a little bit more aggressively, but I want to give this a little bit of buffer just in case we get a little tape bomb. I'm trying to not be so tight with my stops in NQ just because how much of a beast it actually is. So right now, 60 points may seem like a pretty healthy amount of risk, but I'm okay with it right now. I'm sizing down to micros compared to normal minis that I usually trade. So we'll see what takes place here.
All right. We were sitting right on top of yesterday's volume point of control in the S&P. That's 74.11 quarter. We haven't checked in on the tilt yet since we started. Let's see what our traders are doing in these markets. Right now, the ES is 58% long, NQ 57% long, crude oil 61% short, and gold 54% long. Equities slightly ticking up on the long side, I should say. Hopefully, we don't just lull or drop into a dead zone and drift sideways for the next 40 minutes. Which has a tendency to happen during this hour.
Yeah, for sure.
We need a catalyst. We need something to spark these markets. Everybody out and push, right?
The fact that we got all that volatility between the 11 and the 12 o'clock hours does make me lean more towards this just being like a slower, maybe like a grind higher hour. We're kind of building a little bit of a base up here to see where people want to put themselves for the remainder of the day, but we'll see what we can make of it.
We did have the overnight high sitting out there, right? 74.40.75 here in the S&P. So that's kind of what I'm gunning for, to see if we can maybe try to get a push up there.
Sounds Sounds good.
Interesting
Sounds
markets.
good.
Interesting
Is
markets.
Trump speaking?
Oh God!
Right
Is
now,
that actually happening?
I don't see anything.
I mean, I got
Vice
somebody in
President
chat
Vance.
claiming it, but you know how sometimes.
Headline from
Hmm.
Headline from JD Vance just came out. We could decide to send those troops elsewhere. We delayed a troop deployment to Poland, not a reduction. We could decide to send those troops elsewhere. I don't know. Is that like a? We supposed to read between the lines there? We delayed a troop deployment to Poland, not a reduction. We could decide to send those troops elsewhere. Where else would they send those troops? Yes, the vice president is speaking right now. I love it when chat jumps in with answers.
A little
Still
bit of
no
selling
follow
coming in
through.
here.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of selling.
Taking a peek at the ladder. I'm looking at the micro contract in the S&P. There's a couple 300 lots up above here. It was a rhetorical question, guys. But wrong answers only in the chat, please.
I got Delta sitting at 26.20. Hogue, are you in the chat? ES Delta positive 26.20. It was negative on the lows here. Now we're positive on the highs. All right, next 15-minute bar opening up here.
A little head fake there. I kind of want to buy it too, to be honest with you.
Yeah, if we make a pivot here and start trading back into the hundreds, I'm going to move my stop underneath this 70 low that we just made. If this turns into a little 1 minute swing, just because I'm kind of trading near the highs of day, I am going to start to tighten up aggressively once I start seeing a little bit of supportive price action. But right now, obviously, that'd be a little bit too premature.
For sure.
Not enough really to tell me that's going to be a swing here. I'd be a little bit more curious on how we're going to respond to, I mean, depending on where your invalidation is. Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the
relative
S&P,
to the day,
got,
it's not really that cheap.
Just looking at a 5-minute chart and this flagging pattern, your risk is 10 points in the S&P right now. 40 ticks. With a couple of micros, that is doable. A little bit more selling jumping in here.
The 60-40 level is really the make or break level for me. Anything beneath 40 is going to be continued move lower.
Oh, wait.
Mm-hmm. I want to see a new high real soon.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be in this very long if this is going to be kind of a, like what Vince was talking about, kind of a neutral center day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what the statistics are
concern.
necessarily on a double IB day, but I'm sure somebody out there has maybe some edgeful stats on that. But
yeah, I wish I knew exactly what I don't have the stats, but this is my only concern right now with taking this long. But we do have the overnight high outstanding, right? And the markets tend not to like to leave the overnight high in outside of normal trading hours. So we're going to see if we get filled here. Maybe we can get a little push. It's going to be cheap.
What time did that high take place there, Vince? Was it in the Asia session last night on the reopen, or was it in London?
The high, it was at, what time is it here? So it was the Asia session.
Okay. Yeah, so that would kind of line up with, I mean, I don't know how much distance that really has to run, but NQ's reopen last night made a high of around 190 even, 29, 190. So that's kind of where I'm targeting now. We'll see. We'll see how we fare here.
Yep.
All right. 7406 half last trade in the ES.
JD, you in anything or no?
Nope, nothing yet.
Okay.
Vince is flat.
Yep.
Dr. Val's putting the hammer on, putting the hammer down in chat. I love it. Welcome to the show, Dr. Volatility.
I love that he changed his chat name. I had no idea. I just saw that. James Dr. Volatility. Love that.
He's not taking any today, guys. Careful in there. Give us a move. Give us a move. What's Bitcoin doing? 76,990 last print in Bitcoin. Let's take a look at the Max 7. Apple up 0.14%. Amazon down. Google down. Meta down. Microsoft down. Nvidia up a little. Tesla down. Apple and Nvidia, the only two in the green on the Mag 7 currently. Everything else is down pretty decently, with Amazon leading the way, down 2.15%.
Would love to see a closure back above 70 here. That would be. This is a pretty wide couple inside bars that we're seeing here. Basically, almost a 20-point range in the last 4 minutes. So if we can get a closure back to the northern end, start trading back into the 70s, I would love to see that right now. But not seeing a whole lot of buyers step into this level so far.
Not yet.
It's grinding lower here.
It's not looking as it's not looking as strong as it did 15 minutes ago either.
Nope, retesting 50s right now. If I was willing to take on more risk, this would be a pretty cheap ad right now, just knowing we're kind of right at my invalidation, right above. What'd you do, Vince?
Oh, Vin's on mute. Charles Winfrey actually
long four MES
about to turn
long
around.
7403
Okay.
quarter long 4 MES. Don't try this at home.
So you added?
No, I just entered.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Yep.
I thought you were already long, but you were waiting for a lower price.
First in.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
waiting for a
first in, gotcha.
pullback.
Okay.
All right, let's see here.
Ooh, here's a stinger of a quote from Vice President Vance. Prices will drop after we take care of business in the Middle East.
What prices?
Every time I enter a trade, somebody's got to drop something on. There's some sort of line out there. Yeah, isn't it amazing?
The timing is incredible sometimes. I get it.
It really is. I feel like every time I get into a trade, somebody says something. Interesting times, fellas.
My guy Rockin' in chat, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Says, can you talk about the new pivots that are available in Top Step X? So I don't personally use pivot points. Vince may be able to talk about that, but S1, S2, R1, R2, those are just support and resistance levels to my knowledge. They're just abbreviated S1 and R1 and so on. But I don't have any clarity to provide about how to use those necessarily, but I just know they stand for support and resistance. I don't know what they lean on, though. I don't use pivots.
I took a look at them, but I don't have them up on my charts either. I haven't looked at pivot points in quite a few years.
Yeah, I don't have them up, but a lot of times when you breach a pivot, you can trade up against a pivot, or if it breaks it, then you go the other direction.
Ooh.
Oh, what was that? Tape bomb.
Whoa,
All right, boys.
we got a tape bomb.
Tape bomb. There we go. We're out.
Yep, out of that too.
Unbelievable.
Flat
Just
minus
a liquidity
305.
grab.
Looks like it.
Unbelievable.
Right back up.
Holy crap.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
VP Vance, regardless of what Trump decides on Iran, it will not last forever.
All you can do is laugh, guys. All right. Let's look for the next trade.
Onwards. Moving on. Right back to where we started.
Oh, what a
Government clown show.
What a bomb. We didn't even take out that previous low around 08 3/4. Now, granted, that was an MNQ. Let's see what NQ did there. NQ actually touched it to the tick. 07 is the low of that little pivot from 1254.
Yeah, I got stopped out by 6 ticks.
That's rough.
Wall Street Journal headline: The U.S. has seized an Iran-linked oil tanker in the Indian Ocean. It might have been our tape bomb.
All right, let's look.
Yes, that is correct. Toro of the Woods. Thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it. Pivots make great targets. Sure.
All right, next location I'm willing to try along is pretty much right around that 29,000 level.
There's a long still to play here, though. Lower high, lower low.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to be reclaiming the range from the daily range here. So this may end up being a short with rotation back down to 30, 73, 70s. Had a pretty good trading day going. It kind of just these equities might just stick to the commodity markets. I mean, these equities have been a really, I don't know. I don't like the way they've been trading, in my opinion. I feel like gold is trading better. Crude is trading better.
Yeah. Coach Jay was on this morning saying Coach Jay's been having a good time trading wheat in the overnight markets. It's been a huge mover the last couple of weeks. Coach Jay's taking advantage of that volatility. Grain markets move. A lot of moving parts of those markets right now.
Think of this,
Seeds are in the ground. Everything's planted. Planting season is over. So we're dealing with weather. We're dealing with supply chain issues. We're dealing with quite a few things in those commodity markets right now.
Yeah, were you in NASDAQ?
Tariffs, yeah.
No, I'm not in anything right now. I'm thinking about potentially seeing if we can get a little momentum back down. But we're stalling out here. I'm going to stay hands off.
2930s. 29030s.
I'm going to be a little bit patient here. Buyers coming in pretty strong. We're just ripped 30 points in the last 2 minutes here. 30s to 60s.
Chat, you see how frustrating that is? When you get stopped out by a few ticks.
There's little head fakes. Trick bags. I get you every time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
Bilbo in the chat.
All because some computer system picked up Jay talking.
I didn't catch that, JD. What'd you say?
Bilbo in the chat said he was long, got swept out, and jumped right back in at the same price.
Nice.
Do you ever find that works? You ever do that?
Once in a while.
Yeah,
once in a while.
That move was fake. It was a fake move. I'm getting back in.
Yeah. Yeah, once in a while I will actually do that because the stop saves you if it does dump. And then, if it's just like one of these little tape bombs, it gives you an opportunity to get back in without having to take a bigger loss, Sometimes I will do that.
And I'm short 5 MNQ from 45s. Stops above that 60 high. Stops above that 60 high that we just made here. I'm just targeting these relatively equal lows around the 08s.
Get some sellers stepping in the S&P. What's crude doing? Crude just had a nice rip. Crude looks like it wants to maybe rip again. Bull
That
chart looking
low is
awfully similar to the S&P.
way too obvious.
You think so?
Yeah, there's got to be some bottom pickers with the stops underneath here.
Crude's still ripping. Buyer stepping into crude oil. Last trade 104.10.
It's going into the close. That's why. Crude oil?
Yep, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes until
to
crude
settlement.
settles. 1 minute. 1 minute to settlement.
I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like a NQ long right here. I don't know. You're short though, Gabe, right?
I'm short from 45, but I'm just targeting to just these little previous little pivots here around the 08s.
Like 06, 08s. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Just those relatively equal lows.
A little scalp.
And then, yeah, exactly. Just a little momentum scalp. I just saw, we obviously traded 30 points higher and we rejected it very strongly with that next 1 minute candle, pretty much engulfed that last green bar. And then from there, I was just looking for continued momentum to these lows. And then from there, though, I am going to be eyeing how price behaves around the 990s to 970s. That's my next level of demand that I'd like to potentially look long at. Let's see if we can get back out of the red here from from the last trade.
Here we go. S&P, more sellers stepping in. You gonna roll over here?
Hopefully,
Let's see a roll over in the chat. A little more selling coming in. We got some context behind that Iran-linked oil tanker seizure in the Indian Ocean. I'll get to that in a second.
Boys.
We got sellers stepping in here. Here we go.
Yep.
All right, we're flat back up to 50 in the green.
Nice job, Gabe. Nice job.
Nice trade.
Thank you. Yeah, Vince, this is exactly though the location where I'm starting to look for bottoms, for reversals.
Gotcha.
Gold is being rug pulled. I don't know if I call it rug pull, but trading lower.
Yeah.
Gabe Trading High 512 wants to know, how did you think of all that so fast? What's your secret?
It was just taking a little bit of context of what I was wrong on previously. So my original bias was looking to get longs, looking for continuation above London highs. Sellers came in, proved me wrong pretty darn quickly. And then the level that I was looking at, which was the 60 to the 40 level, that little engulfing kind of situation where we had a big green bar at around, was this 126, central, that next red bar just completely wiped out that whole 20-point move there. So I was really just looking for momentum back to these lows. This was just a really what looked like a too obvious, like too clear of a low. What I would consider to be just some low-hanging fruit where there's most likely going to be some people looking for breakouts underneath or potential some stops would be underneath these lows. But yeah, it was just a quick momentum play. I wasn't going to hang on to it much longer than that high that we just printed around the 26 minute.
All right, I'm long 1MNQ 29022.
Here we go. Vince, the bottom picker.
I wanted Gabe to make some money on that before I took the other way.
I appreciate that, Vince, but you can fade me. Plenty of people in chat fade me.
No, didn't want to do that.
It's all good.
Not unless we both make some coin.
Yeah. Where's your invalidation for this? Where's your out?
Just 2902s.
Okay.
It's not a lot. It's like just one MNQ.
Okay.
This thing could easily just roll over on me, but let's see if we get a little pop here.
I like the location.
We've got settlement price. We got settlement price for the June WTI West Texas Intermediate crude oil futures contract, 107.77 a barrel, down 89 cents or 0.82%. That's your settlement price for the June crude oil contract. We are trading the July contract here on Top Step. we get some context behind that U.S. Iran-linked oil tanker seizure in the Indian Ocean. According to 3 U.S. sources, an Iran-linked oil tanker was intercepted in the Indian Ocean overnight as President Trump threatened to resume military strikes on Iran. I'm reading this verbatim. This quote came from the Wall Street Journal. The U.S. sanctioned the tanker known as the Skywave in March for its role in delivering Iranian oil. Ship tracking data showed it traveling just west of Malaysia on Tuesday after crossing the Malacca Strait. The ship was most likely loaded with more than 1 million barrels of crude at Iran's Karg Island in February, according to brokers and Lloyd's List intelligence data.
All right. I like the momentum. Let's see if we
Nice
can.
rippy.
I'm nibbling on along here. Looking for continued momentum of the 50s. Long 5 from 48, essentially.
See crude pulling back just a little bit. And yeah, equity's catching a small bit.
Quick out, though. Quick out. Just risking 20s. Bought the high tick there on that new 1 minute bar. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it was trying to pop.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting met by sellers here.
Yeah, if this fails and we get back underneath 20, then I'm going to look to wait, get long again from 990s will be my next level of interest. But I like the little recovery we're trying to make here. See if we can get back above 50, and then I'll be targeting like 66s and see how price behaves above 66 again.
All right. See if there's any change in the tilt. Not much. We did flip short, though. 55% short ES, 51% short in NASDAQ, 56% short crude, 52% short gold. So not much. Pretty flat. Mr. Worldwide. Who's Mr. Worldwide?
I don't. Pitbull?
Pitbull, yeah. Fireball.
T-Man in the chat. That's our buddy Ted. Another headline coming across the tape. Mediators see little progress in Iran-U.S. talks. Little progress.
All right, we're gonna move this to break even here. I don't want to give up any money on this.
Ooh, quick.
I hate pulling my stop up like that, but yeah.
Did you just get out, Vince? What did you do?
No.
Went break even.
I went break even on it, which is probably a bad idea. But I'm just worried about a flush coming at some point. I don't want it. Yeah. Took risk off on it. So we're going to try to let it ride. Worst case, they come out with a 0, but I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And I like that we closed back into the 50s there, but quick rejection off that 60 level again.
Right. As soon as I saw that, I'm like,
holy.
Yeah, they hit it hard.
Yeah, that 60 level is showing some signs of interest right now for sure.
Yeah.
We may flush here again.
Yep. Back below 7,400 in the ES.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna flush here again.
Yeah.
It's looking likely. I will say, I mean, we're dealing with 50-point ranges just in the last 15 minutes. That's Dolby would
There's
be
some opportunity
loving this right now.
This is such a choppy market. Why couldn't we get long on the 16 straight up bars there? Right, Gabe?
I know, right?
We got to get long when it's chopping 20 points up, 20 points down.
Hindsight capital.
Right.
It's giving you the answers. You just got to know how to look at it.
Just can't make it. You can't make it easy, right?
No.
You don't want it to come easy anyway, right? You really don't. Like the traders
I
out
would
there in
rather.
the chat, you don't want it to come easy. You want to struggle a little bit because it really teaches you how to.
You want it to be.
risk.
You want it to be easy for the right reasons. You know.
Yes.
I think that's a big part of it also. All right, a little more selling coming in here.
All right, here looks like the flush.
Comes the moment of truth. I mean, my stop was originally down at 29.02, so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the out here and look for a better location instead of doubling up on my stop size.
There we go. We're out of break even. Let's see what happens here.
Getting edged right now.
You still on it?
Tick by tick.
Literally,
yeah, I'm out.
I'm a tick off. Just
I'm out of break
take it.
even.
Just take it. There we go. All right. Out 230. See if we can get a better location. Bid the 990s.
Got a minor. Getting a little pop in gold again here. Just a little one. Dan Emmons thinks that was a clippable moment, Gabe. I'm getting edged out. All right, looks like more sellers stepping in.
Come get
We're
these
at the bottom of this
990s.
5-minute range. You want to buy 990s? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a bid in at 990. Question is, are we able to get down there? I mean, there's clearly buyers stepping in here right above 29,000. There's no doubt about it. It's just a matter of if I'm going to get the price I want or if I'm going to have to sacrifice location.
Swalth Academy. Who was shorting during the rally?
I don't know. Dolby had a 100-point banger in the 11 a.m. segment.
He did.
During that rally. I've gone both long and short during this hour. Sure, people can make an argument for both sides.
Yeah, especially during this hour.
Yeah, the market's just going to ultimately make the decision.
Yeah, Muhammad had a nice trade on during the 11 o'clock hour also. You were short in the rally.
Anzal says, can you explain the depth of market trading or using the depth of market for trading? Any of you guys actually use the dome?
Yeah, I look at the dome all day.
Part of your process? I imagine that trader is referring to using the depth of market for possibly trading decisions, but not a lot of context to that question. Yeah.
Yeah, you can start to pick out patterns if you watch the dome long enough. I did it for years. And it's still just a habit that I have. But you can see where price starts. Yeah, the volume histograms on the right side.
Yeah.
It's a nice little visual of how much is trading at each price.
Yep.
And I like seeing size stacked on bids and offers. Those look like nice target areas to me usually. It's just another way to read the tape. Some people like Bookmap too. Very similar.
All right, more selling here.
Pools are
coming back to 29,000 right now, just a few points away. Big round hole number.
S&P about to break that previous low also.
See if we can come back and get these 990s.
This hour's flying by. We got 10 minutes
Sure
left
is.
already.
Yep.
Always nice when the market moves for you. Vince is flat. Gabe is flat.
Yep.
House count flat. No positions at the moment.
Just like a slow drift lower right now. It's like channeling down.
Very grindy. Yeah.
Yes.
No news coming across the wire. We got some context behind the that quote mediator seeing little progress in Iran-US talks. Iran's position in talks with the U.S. to end the war hasn't changed much from earlier iterations that failed to yield progress toward a deal. The back and forth continues.
The markets are oversold right now based on the stochastic indicator on the 5-minute. So we're going to see if maybe we put a little bottom in here temporarily. I might try to take a little long.
Okay.
Just a little lower.
Yep. I'm going to be patient about it. I don't want to rush into it.
Yep. Guys, to see the bids and offers at 100 prices above and below the market, you need level 2 data. That's what I'm looking at.
All right, here we go. One more push. I want to see a little bit of momentum down to grab these 990s, and then I want to see momentum right back up to close back in above 29,000. So I don't want it to hang around and build any sort of a base. I just want to see a quick flush, low grab and go.
Yeah. Well, 29,000
Feels like
yesterday's point of control, volume point of control.
It does have the feeling of a good old fashioned stop hunt, you know, the way we just make a new low by a couple ticks, then come right back up. Got that vibe. It's looking for a big flush or a big grab, a big sweep.
It's 29,000s are interesting.
What's interesting about it?
Well, it's value high. It's yesterday's volume point of control. It's there's eyes on it.
Okay.
If we can't re-accept inside of value, you know, maybe we'll turn around, maybe take this higher. But if we start to get below that 29,000 with acceptance, I think we could maybe test down to 28,800. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. See if we can hold it up here.
Low there, 997 in the NQ. No new news coming across the tape. We do have Power Hour coming up next. Andre Mandy and Dolby Time. Might have a little bit of a drop in from a special guest also. Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer. Slow markets with Dakota and Braden C later this evening. Lots of trade entertainment coming your way.
Yeah. Like I said, we're trying to close in the center of the range here, fellas. Let's see. We got, what, an hour and 15 minutes to go? Yeah. And I was short earlier, too, up to 70. Yeah.
Vince called it as soon as we started the segment.
I was actually short right before we came on here at 74.07, I think it was.
Why'd you get out? I'm joking.
Yeah, that push higher just has me thinking there was a change in behavior, right? The way that we came off the low.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Here
It
we
just
go.
seems like all the shorts we're getting out. Yeah, we're starting to get the move now. Hope Anne-Marie is still short.
Where did Emery get short at again?
I'm not sure the price, but I know she got short somewhere near the highs.
Naturally. Nothing done, Gabe?
Testing value high.
Nah, we
Did that
missed
miss you by
me
a
by
tick?
a couple points. I was offering 990s. We printed 992 in the MNQ, so might just miss this one.
All right.
Maybe 20 points
Don't go
higher.
chasing.
It's not. I
Alright.
don't think that. I don't think
So
that was
better
all
trade-
of it yet.
Yeah. Better
Both-
trade
both-
locations,
both-
not really.
Both
What's that,
markets
Vince?
are testing value high right now. Volume value high. So ES is just tested it, bounced off, and NASDAQ is pretty close to it. So we're going to see what happens here around this level.
All right. Crude oil looked like it wanted to pop. Still creeping higher. 104.47 last trade. The Dow 49.575 last. Selling coming into the Dow also. Gold's gone flat. 45.0250 last. Bitcoin 76.885 down just a couple ticks from the last check-in. S&P bouncing off that new low 73.96 last trade. Put in a low of 73.92, bounced 4 points. But it looks like sellers want to take over again.
It's definitely a wrestling match.
It is. The rock fight.
Yep.
Why do we say we're not going to say rock fight again? I don't remember. There's a reason.
Keep an eye on these stochastics here, though. They're kind of still below the 20. Let's see if they turn up.
The quant scuffle.
Scuffle.
That's a good one. The quant scuffle. I like it. All right. How many other creative names can y'all come up with for that scenario?
What's another name for a rock fight or a quant scuffle? Well, quant scuffle right in that window.
Nerd alert. Kerfuffle.
That's
Nerd
great.
alert.
What was in the Goonies? What was his thing? Jerk alert.
Truffle
right?
shuffle.
The
Oh,
truffle shuffle.
Jerk
yeah.
alert, yeah.
Mosh pit and oil check. Bilbo.
The jerk alert.
That movie
We
was
just saw
great.
the most
They don't make them
amazing
like
thing,
they
you
used
guys. ORV, four-wheel drive,
Bullet holes.
bullet holes the size of matzo balls. We're gonna flush. We're gonna pop. Sound off in the chat. What do you want to see going into the close?
I mean,
Rippy
technically,
or
I see
rippy?
it settling in the
What's it
center
gonna
of the
be?
range. I
Yep.
don't know.
It could just be a nothing
If you-
burger for sure.
Yep.
Nvidia earnings after the bell tomorrow. A couple people saying they want a big flush. More flushes, more dips than rips coming through the chat. It looks like.
I think we're getting long.
All
I
right.
think we're getting long into the close. I'm looking for 190s in the NASDAQ by close.
Okay.
Question is, am I going to be able to get in? Still look, I'm
Went
still
up on those
I
lows
have this
again.
190 or this 990 bid in still.
Yeah.
4 points away, 13.
Okay.
It's a quick dip down there. Gabe's fading the chat.
It's all right. Chat fades me all the time.
We're even. You hear that? Nothing personal.
Oh, am I going to
We're
get these
even.
990s? Oh my gosh, another point.
Was a low there. 92 half.
91s in MNQ. Just
Oh, I just got short the wrong market. Hold on.
all right. There's the
Uh-oh.
990s.
All right,
Is this
Gabe's
gonna
in.
be it though? Is this gonna be
All
a
right.
quick out?
You want to see the move happen right away, right? It's got to be so fast. Are you out? Or that was
Yeah,
Vince
I
Catalan.
took 25
Wasn't
bucks
me.
out of the Nasdaq there. I fat fingered that. Yeah, made 25 bucks though, 23 bucks, something like that.
Don't get comfortable with errors making money, or don't get comfortable
Nope.
making money off of errors, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Once
now
in a
I wanna
while, it
see-
happens.
I want to see us fly here in just the next 5 minutes.
Microtick says NQ's going to 0.
Ha!
That's a hefty call. That's a move. That's a move, all right.
Let's take that over to Kelshi.
The Mercantile Exchange does have circuit breakers in place to prevent that exact thing from happening. We got 1 minute to go. Gabe's in the market. Vince, did you get back in?
Nah, I was trying to get short the ES. I ended up getting short the Nasdaq by accident, and I missed my entry here on the ES. So I didn't want to chase it down, but I was trying to get short there. I think I missed my opportunity here, JD.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice quick failure.
boy.
Nice
You got a
quick
flush.
failure,
You
boys.
got a flush.
Good call, chat.
Whoop, there it is.
Chat with the call.
Chat with the call.
Gabe, start listening to the chat, would you?
Oh,
You're
shut
not
up,
here.
JD.
Just
Well, there we are in the center of the range, guys. And
you think they're talking just to talk, Gabe? All right, guys. It is 1:55. That's all the time we got for Trade with Top Step. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Vince, for coming in, taking some trades. We are going to step aside. We got Power Hour coming up next. We got 1 hour of regular trading hours left. Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time are here to walk you through the final hour of trading. Don't forget, Coach Ray or Coach Jay, Coach Paul at the buzzer, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. All right, we are going to take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. Top Step TV. Let's go.
final hour of the New York session. Mo Betta in the middle. We got Mandy in the house. To the right, my partner in crime, freshly shaven, if I do say so myself. Dolby time. Mandy, let's get right into it. It is power hour. Markets are rocking. Two-way trades
You're
are
going.
back. Thoughts coming in to final hour. Welcome to Power Hour, Mandy. Good to see you again.
Hey, good to be with you guys again today. I had a bias coming into this. I was looking for a test of VWAP. I don't know what just happened this last minute on that 1 minute candle. It's a little wicky. We're moving a lot here in the markets right now, and so I'm gonna be open-minded. Anything can happen in this power hour. We've seen it before. We're right around just below 29,000. So I'm open to anything. NQ, you tell me, you bring it. I'm just gonna tag along. We're gonna find something, Dre.
We're riding shotgun
Yes.
with the take a look at last price in the NQ 28,990. Call it ES trading 73.84. Dolby time. Are you seeing this, my guy?
Ooh, I don't know, Dre. I gotta be honest. We got Nvidia tomorrow, most important day of our life. We caught a really nice trade during lunchtime, a sneaky 100-pointer. So we're actually up $154 going into the session. But we let one of our trades just do its magic. We're long in the 11:15 segment and basically set a target for settlement that did end up hitting and then some, but we got out at settlement. And then the market sold off from there. So now we're kind of got to reassess here. So I just want to take a kind of fib and just see where the middle of this range is from the low to the bottom. So the low I have is like 28,664, let's say, and the high of that is 29,000. Where are you? Like 130-ish, 124s. And the middle of that's going to be 28,900. So I'm kind of wondering, we're just going to like hang out in the middle here. Otherwise, I kind of want to lean short, Trey, but it's Nvidia tomorrow. Nvidia never fails, right? Right?
That's the game plan. That's the plan. We have crude oil. Crude oil trading $104.60. Here are the session highs, about 25 cents off of that. We have gold. Gold's been hovering right around $4,500, give or take 20 over the last few hours or so. Mandy, any prices, any levels, prices of interest here in the NQ? We're beneath 29,000 by about 30 points. What say you?
I am short bias. We have a nice rejection off of the 5 minute right now. Moving average. A close below 985s would trigger me into a I say below 972 would trigger me into a short with my strategy using the EMA cross. I would look for VWAP, so probably targeting 920s with a little room there. VWAP I have right now at 917 on the with the 5 minute for including the overnight, so full day, extended hours. That's what I'm looking. I'm short bias. Longs, I wouldn't enter anything until probably 29,020. So
above 02,
a little bit of a bracket there.
Thinking the same thing, Mandy.
Cool.
This is kind of bearish until proven bullish, I guess.
Yes,
as long as we're under 29,000, I think looking shorts. I mean, pretty good range under range. Had rejection at 29,000 once, but now we're kind of forming one above. Maybe we try to find a way to get short around 29,000 here. Crude oil caught massive bids during the 1 p.m. segment here, trading all the way up to like 104.80s, almost 105s. Crude could get kind of nasty for the markets. I think if we get up to like 106, 109s, like barely maintaining these lower highs in crude. And I think if we do get above in those 106s, we might see 112. And then maybe that correlation to NASDAQ kicks back up again. But definitely a market to keep an eye on.
Yeah, let's see if we get through the 29,000s. We're about 10 points beneath it right now. That being said, for those that are new to Power Hour, first of all, welcome aboard. I like to play a game around here called Above Below. How do we play, you may ask? Well, I'm simply going to ask Mandy what she thinks the price in the close will be in the NQ. And we put it to a poll in the chat. Will it be above or below price she sets? Mandy, last trade, 28,985 in the NQ. What will the price be on the close?
I'm going with 29,058.
Oh,
058.
Okay. There you go. We'll get the poll up.
With NVIDIA tomorrow, like Dolby was saying, it'd be cool to see if we even get a green day, if we get above settlement, which is still ways up there. It's a low probability, but anything can happen the day before. So
there's the poll.
Yeah, it does feel like both sides are like you can make an argument for both sides very easily.
100%.
Like Nvidia's in the red, almost everything looks very in the red. VIX is still over 20. It's green on the day by 0.5%. Intel's up 3.6, but everything else looks pretty red. So yeah, look at this Nasdaq sell a little bit. I think I'm leaning shorts.
Definitely taking a peek lower. We got crude continuing to grind low. We're about 50 cents off session highs. Crude trading $104.37. Right, lower right-hand corner of the screen, we got the countdown clock. We got 52 minutes till the closing bell. We got 42 minutes till MOC. Also, at the bottom of the hour, we'll be joined by a very special guest, Craig Buick, the Senior Director, the Global Head, Retail Education for the CME Group.
Whoa.
Drop by, say hello, and talk about what he's been seeing in the retail space, education-wise. Also, maybe some new products that the CME will be rolling out here in 2026. And that'll be at the bottom of the hour. Very much looking forward to that.
Power Hour is getting fancy.
It sure is. Well, we got Mandy here, Dolby here. We got 213,000 subscribers as well.
Hello.
So.
I do want to address the question in chat. Somebody was asking, Mandy, didn't you say you were bearish, but you have your above below as bullish? Yes, great question. I'm looking right now for a play towards VWAP again around those 920s, and then maybe a bounce. We might not even get all the way there. But as Dolby said, I'm bearish until we get some confirmation. I'm just shooting for the moon. This is it's such a hard thing to see this continue to sell off after since what would that be, 9:30 this morning. We've been grinding up pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky spot, but at some point I would have loved to have seen a VWAP test at 920s, but we are now getting back to 29,000, and that's looking less and less likely.
Crude selling a little bit. Here's some buyers. Maybe we just get long this thing. Are we really going to bet against America and Nvidia? Like, are we being serious with ourselves here?
Yep.
Come on.
This looks wild. I think I might go. If we can hold above these 95s, I think I'm going to go long. Let me see how our first minute goes in after this 5-minute candle closes. Sheesh, it might just go.
Not a whole lot cooking with Delta, pretty close to zero. Plus 500 ES, minus 1500 NQ. NQ now back above.
I'm entering 2 just to get in. Looking to add a few more here if we pull back. I just don't want this to go without me.
Long or short, maybe?
I'm long. 2.
We'll bid 29,000s. We'll do 29,000s and 90s and 80s.
Okay.
We'll see how many of these we can get filled on. But nice higher lows. See what we can get. We're not going to cave Mandy in here. We're going to be a little bit stingy, but sometimes you get punished for being stingy.
It's okay. It's my signature move, I guess, you know.
It is. It's like your finisher. If you're a wrestler, that'd be your finisher.
Here come the buyers.
Look at that.
Which has been closing on 7,400, about 5 points to go. NQ on the move to the upside as well.
This is why I didn't want to not get into this thing. Look at this.
Crazy.
My above below is going to get tagged in no time.
Yeah.
Big crab.
What a move.
Just like that. Snap your fingers, and we are moving higher. Crude hanging out at $104.26. Gold right back to 4,500. ES on the move as well. ES up about 10, 12 points since Power Hour began. Now trading 73.96. Wow, NQ.
Stingy trader gets punished again, Dre. Gets
No
punished
shot here.
again. Look at that. Was that 30 points, Mandy? 40 points? Incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible.
I'm not out of it yet, which actually I'm a scalper, so I probably should cut one. We're gonna get out of one right now. Yeah, let's
Okay,
just let the
market
other
goes
one
down.
keep cooking. Move this one to break even.
Andy
Just
is
let it
making the markets right
go.
now. All in the
Sure is. We've got till
Find the lows,
50-50
sell in the
across the board
highs.
until actually hold that 74% short CL right now.
all 5 of the traders who are trading crude oil right now. All right, makes sense. Makes sense.
We're trading $104.31.
Might get stopped out here. Let's see.
Get those votes in. Get those votes in for above below. Wow. Currently 50-50, exactly 50-50.
Oh, that's a good
Wow.
one then, Mandy. That means you were dead on.
Let it cook. Yeah, let it cook. Still long, Mandy?
Interesting. Yeah, still long. We came and tagged that MA on the 1 minute. Or sorry, EMA on my 1 minute. So holding it really nicely. It's where I placed my stop profit on that last contract at $1.50. So exactly part of the process and the strategy. We bounced, didn't get tagged out of that. So looking to see if we can continue to push this up past my 1 minute VWAP, which is at 39.5 right now. So
Yeah.
I'd love again to see that above below at 58. I've had a multiple touch point level. It's my pink line up here. Over the course of a few weeks when we've been in this area, we've tagged that multiple times on a 15 minute. So that's where I'm looking for that, is to be like kind of a resistance or hesitation area.
I like it.
Good.
Dolby
Still like
time.
this
We're
trade.
working bids where?
We pulled them, Dre. We're not.
Pulled 'em? Okay.
We can get those bids back in a moment's notice here. But I don't want to get long this high up here. I would much rather have those 29,000 evens. But it went without us. Cost of being stingy.
Another shot here. ES. Okay, there's another little bit of an uptick there. ES about 3 points, 3 handles away from 7,400. And Q also catching a bid. Take a look at those 2-year rates: 4.12%, 10-year 4.67. Some change. 30-year above 5% right now. Bonds aren't moving too much. A little more buying here in the NQ.
Up and away.
80 points from session highs. 80 points from session highs. 70 points from session highs now in NQ. That price would be 29,126. Here goes. And ES closing in on 7,400s, about 15 points from session highs. Would you jump in with Mandy 2? 4?
2, yeah.
Nice.
All right, we're almost to that above below.
Sure are.
I mean, it's gonna stop this
Just
thing.
like almost
be honest.
tagged it. There you go.
Ooh, nice
Right, we
wiggle.
just hit it.
Nice wiggle.
I'm locking this in now. To the bottom of this wick. Oh, we just got tagged out. I'm out. There you go. There's, what was that? 50 points for you guys?
Nice.
50 points for
Done.
you,
Okay.
Mandy. There's 50 points for
Yeah,
you.
for me. There you go.
No one else
For
got 50
Top
points.
Step TV, we demonstrated how we use the pressure play, our MA EMA cross, and sometimes the right move with those momentums is to just get in, and if there was an opportunity to continue to scale into it, I was looking for a pullback, but I just saw that momentum pick up and didn't want to get left behind. So I say small, those two MNQs, and they paid. They pushed pretty far. So we'll take another 100 and I think it was $120 on that trade, which is
Sounds
two
pretty
contracts.
good. We're gonna bid
Yeah.
033s and 018s here and see if we can get this continuation to the upside.
Oh,
We are looking
3-3.
for- Yeah, 033 and 018 quarter. So there's like this little 1 minute range set formed. We're gonna see if we can buy the middle of it and the bottom of it.
Okay.
See if this can continue back to the upside. Maybe get to these 29,100s. Crude oil is still selling off. ES is selling off a little bit, but not
Yes,
the
it
same market.
is. Take a look at the ladder. Using that level 2 data on Top Step. Acts pretty, nothing really jumping off in terms of bids or offers. About 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask. The ES did tag 7400s, and now we're seeing a little bit of a pullback off of that. 73.96 would be last trade.
Yep. Let's see if
Good.
Nvidia can catch a bounce at this like 221, like 222 actually. $222. Nvidia might catch a bid there. That would be, it's like support becomes resistance becomes support. All right, we're long one.
Got
There you go.
018.
033s. 033s. 018 is the
033.
second one. 018 is the second one. Fucking Mandy, call him the top of this. Holy moly. How
Just
did you
like
know
that.
if you're above below is going to be 29,060? That's ridiculous.
Mandy.
That is
well,
ridiculous.
Get your votes in. Get
I
your
had
votes
that
in.
pink line there for a reason.
Mandy in the
It's
zone.
been cooking lately. It's been
On
a very
two.
nice level for me.
This doesn't feel
Long a
that
pair
good.
now.
Longer pair, 29026.
2-6. Okay. What? Where's the risk? Where's the risk on this?
08s, but I kind of want to get out of one and see if we can establish this a little bit lower. But I want this risk to be like below 29,000. I just don't know if we're going to get there.
About
Fight,
20,
though.
25
Let's put up a fight.
20 points higher from it. Again, we will have Craig Buick will be joining us here at the bottom of the hour from the CME, Senior Director, Global Head, Retail Education for CME Group.
It's getting so wiggly down here.
It is.
No, I'm going flat. I don't like this.
You like
trade.
it?
No.
That's fair. If it doesn't
We're too close to
fit-
29,000.
Yeah. If it
There it
doesn't
is.
fit your
We'll go give it a test.
you don't feel confident in it, Dolby. Then
Good.
why are we not trading it? I like that out. If you didn't love it, great cut.
Yeah.
No harm cutting.
I don't like. Sometimes you form a range up here, like above a big round number, and it just
Mhm.
leaves that gap, and then your stop is like in between. It's like I want my stop to be like, I don't know, like 990s, so we can at least use like the big round number like for protection. But it seems like where our stop was at, it was just too easy to get to. And maybe this ends up
We still-
rallying from here, but Nvidia's starting to sell off too. Like so Nvidia's
What a
now at like
rejection.
221.89 area. Yeah, I just good job, gut. A little gut feeling there. Just not feeling it.
You still like longs or shorts?
I wouldn't mind longs to be honest, but
Okay.
Nvidia's selling right now. It's 221.93. This is kind of the predicament that we're in, right? We have Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Most important day of our life as a trader.
Super Bowl.
It is. It's the Super Bowl
It
earnings.
is.
Are we really going to bet against Nvidia? Like, what are these people going to do who are trading right now? So there's the 29,000s.
There you go. See what we do here.
55% went above 9,000.
Let's reset this trade.
058. Markets, a little bit of a holding pattern. Gold trying to figure out what to do with 4,500. It's currently $5 beneath as we trade 44.95. Crude.
We're going to see if we can get long 979. Let's just round it up. do 980s.
See to get some
You get long 980s and 960s.
Clear on the schedule. We have Paulson speaking later on tonight.
Which Paulson? Hank?
No, this would be Feds Paulson, Hank Paulson.
Oh,
I remember those days. Nope.
Little throwback.
It's up here. Little down ticking in gold right now.
This is a no trade zone for me right here.
Okay.
We're right in the middle of my MA EMA, so and we closed in between this channel of the MA EMA on the 5 minute. So this is textbook, like don't diddle in the middle of the two averages.
Mandy, you still looking for that downside 972?
Yes, it would
Or has that
be
changed
now.
based on what we've seen?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dre. Fantastic question.
Thank you.
Shorts would need to happen on a close now below pretty much right here, right now on a 5 minute. So I'd say below 90s, 990s would be the process. I mean, VWAP sitting at 920 still looks awesome. Why not go tag that and bounce? I mean, I talked about those two prices, right? 058 and 920. So why not NQ go tag both of those? And
Nice cut, Dolby. Nice cut.
Yeah,
A little down tick here
fantastic
in
cut.
gold. Gold down ticking now.
Okay.
44.92.
We're about to get long, actually. All right, we're in.
Long.
Mhm.
Okay, what price? What we got?
981. Or sorry, 980s, 980 evens.
How many?
Just one.
All right. One. Last trade 28,976. Crude
Add one
still.
more at 960.
Crude's not doing too much. 10 years still on for power hour right now. Keep an eye on gold down ticking.
That's not great
too
for this trade. We got one more
What's
bid
the
at 960.
Oh wow, is this when they do it? We got 6 minutes, bottom of the hour. 6 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Is there follow through? Is there going to be follow through?
I don't know if I like this one either.
Wow.
That's a lot of selling. Man, you should have hit with the reverse button. You're just like, you're in the zone right now.
This is the whole thing.
Alright,
More
we're
selling here.
Oh
Gold.
my gosh.
This is vicious.
Is this going to be lookout below?
Minus 80.
This feels heavy.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go short.
We like shorts. Do we like
this is a
shorts?
bounce. I do. I entered one. I'm looking to enter in another 2 or 3.
Maybe short one.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I'm okay for a bounce up to 74s to still get short.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
We'll pop there in crude. Crude. $4.51 last trade. Now 53 cents. About 50 cents from session highs. I'm sorry, 30 cents from session highs.
Wow, this has turned into a 100-point sell-off, Dre.
I know, quietly, just low key. I mean, there more room.
Just like that.
Wild.
We're 280 points from session
impressive.
lows in NQ.
Whoa.
Low day 28,663.
Cave Mandy's the right choice.
This might be
like
Cave Mandy.
I hit the sell, right?
Looks bearish.
I'm gonna lock this
Short it.
in.
Where do we get?
Where do we get long? Maybe after 2:30.
I know. I think that.
What is sneaky 100-point
Watching
sell-off?
gold. I'm just watching gold. Gold got this thing started. Gold kept down ticking. Just a couple bucks. Gold was trading right around 4,500. Now trading 44.88.
I'm interested in these 890s actually. That might be an interesting level here. Nvidia's still selling. Now trading 221s. Yeah.
Okay.
guys. I got gypped.
What happened? Are you still short, Mandy?
My TP for shorts was 22 half.
Ooh,
we literally got
virus.
wicked. Just
It's like that.
missed it.
Did see some rejection to the downside there. A 30-point turnaround higher there. In Q. What's the play, Mandy?
That could be your VWAP tag for longs, but I'm out. I didn't take profits on that. I got out at break even. I was off by like I think 50 cents. So it wasn't a red trade though. Now I'm looking to get long.
Nice.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy. Like I don't even know if I want to talk anymore. I already said 058 and I said 920s. We were almost there. So
Mandy's saying she's done. Mandy is saying, did you also win above below? Are we declaring victory on above below also, Mandy?
Oh, I don't know, Dre. There's a lot of trading left.
Yeah.
It's a lot of time still left, but those were the two numbers I was looking for. I don't know what else to give you give you guys. That was fun. That's fun.
Is there a magnet at 29,000 in the and then Q?
I'm looking at 900s.
Points lower.
We got bids in at 900s. About 50 points lower.
All right.
A lot of midpoint action around there. So if you do the low to high from this morning to this, I don't know, to about lunchtime. So that's 650 up to 29,125. Midpoint is 893. And if you do the midpoint of the like kind of pre-open, that midpoint is also 893. So I want to see if we can get a bid in those 900s.
There you go.
Buyers stepping back in. Man, you're trading micros, correct?
Yeah.
Love micros. Okay, awesome.
Was that up?
Uh-huh. 73.85 last trade. Yes, we have about a 10-point turnaround. Yeah. Buyer stepping back in.
Look good.
Dirtbag move from NASDAQ.
Look at that.
This is what you expect. This volatility, right? Coming into the last hour before big day tomorrow. I mean, NQ's doing its NQ thing. I like it. Do we chop now till MOC?
Flat.
Yep, we're flat. Just got bids in if we sink lower here.
Okay. We're going to way back to 29,000. 20 points. Go. That was just a casual 110 point sell off in.
Just cause. Why not?
Yeah. Markets are moving.
Why not?
There is opportunity to be had. We got ES trading 73.85. Just kissed overnight VWAP. A point and a half higher. Gold caught a little bit of a bid there. Still beneath 4,500 by about $10.
So got those bids in. 905 down to 890.
There you go.
890. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll in 25 seconds. Then we'll bring in Craig Buick. Very excited to have him join us here on Power Hour. We'll see what happens in 20 seconds. Mandy, Dolby, you guys sit tight. We'll see you here on the other side of this. All right, let's bring in Craig. Craig, if you're ready to go, let's do this. I'd like to welcome you to Top Step TV. Craig Buick, the Senior Director, Global Head of Retail Education for the CME Group. Did I nail that, Craig? Did I nail that?
That's a mouthful. Check. Can you hear me, first of all? How's my sound?
Sound great. Loud and clear. Craig, thank you for joining us here. Top Step TV. A couple questions. What's in terms of retail, the education, micros versus minis? I believe you're probably an advocate for micros. Talk to us about what we're seeing the dynamic and the change with the retail share growing in CME, and in terms of micros and risk management with those micros.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. But certainly we're advocates for the micro. But I think probably at a higher level, we're more advocates for making sure that we have the right size products for whomever it might be. Now, the fact is, as you know, the index has appreciated as the price has gone up. You guys were just looking at the micro NASDAQ, I think. That's a 50 some $1,000 contract, even the micro, right? So when you consider that the mini is over a $500,000 contract now with the prices where they're at, that becomes a really big contract for a lot of individuals to trade, right? So I would say more that we're advocates to making sure that we have a choice, right? Like if you're somebody that's got the risk tolerance, the capital, the trading experience to trade a mini, then we want that out there. And certainly there are a lot of individuals that are trading the mini, but more and more, and I think this is what you're getting at, as futures have become more popular with retail traders, and they have really, and really the interest has exploded over the last, 3 to 5 to 10 years. That micro becomes more a better entry point, I think, for a lot of individual or retail traders, just because the size is so much more manageable. At $2 a point instead of $20 a point, it's a more manageable size contract. It's invited a lot of retail traders into the futures markets. And even like I said before, like even the micro is a 50 some odd $1,000 contract, which is about 3 times, maybe even more than 3 times as big as it was when we launched them just in 2019. So we've seen such a price appreciation that it really has become an effective tool for retail traders to not just get in with, but kind of stay with in some cases.
I was just going to ask you that, Craig. We're seeing the new retail trader. Are they going straight to micros, or are they starting with minis and then working themselves to micros? How are we seeing that play out in terms of their first experience, their first trade with managing risk, micros versus minis?
Yeah, I think more and more we're seeing traders start with the micros, and it's for the reasons I just said. So right. I think the sort of natural evolution would be more you start with the micros, and then, again, depending on your risk appetite and your capital, we do see some traders then sort of graduate to the E-mini from the micros, but rarely, and I think that's probably the more sensible way to approach futures, is that evolution rather than trying to start with something as big as the minis, which, like I said, they're really only mini in name now, right? Those are big contracts, and they're not too big for some individuals, but they are big contracts. So we more see like people will start with the micro. We even have some smaller size contracts now, like the 1 ounce gold, for example, right? So like let's call, I don't know what's gold at, 4,500, somewhere in the 4,000s, right? So that's a 4,000 some odd dollars worth of gold. So even smaller than the micros, and so we do see some traders starting, with some of those kinds of products as well.
Good stuff. Craig Buick joining us from the CME. I want to talk about the name of the game, Craig, in futures trading is longevity. You've been around for decades, seen traders come and go. What are some of the keys to success for staying in the game? Being able to do this day in, day out, month in, month out, and then keep stacking, year after year. Longevity.
And I appreciate the decade, and I appreciate you not getting any more specific than that, because I certainly don't like to admit to myself how long I've been doing this. But you're right, though, and certainly we've seen a lot of changes in the markets. But I think that the key is discipline and risk management, right? And it sounds a little bit cliche at this point, but it really is true, right? We don't know exactly when the market's going to go up and down, but you've got to be disciplined and you've got to be a good risk manager. And that's really what it comes down to. We used to say, a good trader is confident enough to put a trade on when he or she thinks there's edge, but humble enough to know when they're wrong. And sometimes those two personality characteristics are kind of juxtaposed with one another, right? But that's kind of what we used to say makes a good trader, are those two things, in combination with one another.
Oh, that's good to know. So, psychology of longevity. For those, you talked about the big growth of the retail trader. What's driving that? What are your thoughts behind why we are seeing the growth in the retail trader in futures?
And I think some of that has to do with some of the demographics too, as sort of the trading population kind of has gotten younger and younger. And certainly I think the younger generation is more inclined to have been exposed to this stuff at earlier ages, right? I think college kids are more likely to have a brokerage account than certainly I ever was. So now I will date myself, right? When I was in college, no one had a brokerage account because it was a stock brokerage account where you were paying $110 to buy 50 shares of IBM or something like that, right? Now, I think the younger generation has brokerage accounts. There's a lot more products available, right? When you look at cryptocurrencies, obviously some of the prediction markets, things like that. So I think a lot of people are being introduced to these products earlier and earlier, and futures is just kind of a natural evolution for a lot of that. And then again, that kind of goes back to what I was saying in the first place is as CME, we need to make sure that we've right-sized our products and that we have the right product mix to sort of to cater to that younger generation. And I don't want to say it's just the younger generation. We're obviously seeing a lot of new interest from all over the place. But I think that does have something to do with it.
Craig, you just mentioned right sizing. What does right sizing mean? Getting that right sizing. What does that mean to someone? Or tell me. Right sizing.
Yeah, I think again that's sort of just making sure that everyone has the choice. And I think our gold that I mentioned before is a good example of that, right? So if you're interested in getting exposure to gold through futures at CME, you can trade a 1 ounce gold, right, which is about $4,000 some odd dollars. You can trade the micro gold, which is 10 ounces of gold. So now we're looking in the $40,000 range. Or you could trade the standard gold, which is 100 ounces of gold, or 400,000, which again, especially with the vol that gold has been trading at over the last 6 to 12 months, becomes a pretty big contract. So I think that's what we mean by that is making sure that whoever you are, whatever your capital, whatever the size of your account, whatever your risk appetite is, that there's a product there that fits that for you. I think we've done a good job, but I think it's important that we keep sort of innovating. And I think, I don't know if we should mention this here, but I think the single stock futures that we've announced are coming out sometime this summer, which we haven't announced the launch date yet. But I think that's another example of CME being innovative and making sure that it has the right products for the next generation of traders.
Single stock futures. You heard first here on Top Step TV. No, I'm just kidding. Talking about products and right sizing and trying to cater to all the different folks getting involved in retail. What other products perhaps could we be on the lookout for here in 2026 from the CME rolling out here in the future?
Yeah, I think that's from kind of, I come from the individual trader, the retail perspective. And in a lot of our effort, a lot of our priority has been placed on that product that I just mentioned, the single stock futures. We announced it a couple months ago, and we announced it with very little details. And then maybe a couple weeks ago, we announced the 54 names that would be available at launch. So they're names that, you guys probably were, I heard you talking about NVIDIA just in the 10 minutes when I logged on, right? So we'll have NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. So really all of the names that you would expect the individual trader, the retail trader to be interested in, we're going to have available at launch, which again, sometime this summer, I wish I could get more specific on the date, but it's a product that we're really excited about. We think the time is right for it. We think the demand's there. And like I said, I've been doing this a long time. Just personally, it's one of those products that I'm really excited about. I just think there's a ton of opportunity from all areas of the market for these products.
Fantastic stuff. Very exciting. Craig Buick, the Senior Director, Global Head Retail Education for the CME Group. Coming up on time, Craig, but the folks want to know, where can they find more Craig Buick if they so choose? Let us know. We'll
link into me, and then check out CME Group's educational portal. I think we have a ton of information out there from 101 to what I might consider graduate level work in futures and options. So check out CME Group's educational portal. I think there's a lot there.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much. The chat is fired up. We'll put the links there in the chat. Thank you again, Craig. See you soon. Again, from the CME. Very exciting stuff. Single stock futures. All the big names again. Just talking about NVIDIA. We got the NVIDIA earnings after the bell tomorrow. How about that? Dolby time. Mandy.
That's pretty interesting.
It is.
Dre, how do you think it's going to impact liquidity in the NASDAQ? Do you think it's going to suck it up a little bit?
Good question.
Wait, bring them.
Go there. Will they play one off the other?
I don't know.
Be a trade one off the other, but micros loves getting your feet wet with micros. Okay, let's get back into this.
Micros are great, Dre. I mean, back in the day,
100%. We were talking about earlier.
I will date myself. 15 years ago, when Top Step launched, micros did not exist. Everyone was trading e-minis no matter what. And now micros are probably the most traded, which is amazing.
Yes,
it still feels
right sizing it for all interested parties. All right, Mandy, Dolby time. We
keeping these
got
bids in,
back.
Dre.
Okay, still working.
heavy.
I like this midpoint. It's a midpoint trade.
I'm going short too.
Help me, Mandy. Help me get down there to get filled.
Looking for. Still want those 16s. I'm gonna put a tight stop on this. Yeah, let's see here. 65s is my stop loss.
Let's go.
This actually was probably a terrible entry. Still feels
What price
heavy.
did you get?
It does feel heavy.
I got in at 6.5. Taking some heat on this right now. Just feels heavy. Let me see where my downside. Let's see here.
What's NVIDIA? Is NVIDIA going to help you out? NVIDIA is at 221.62, maybe bidding a little bit. I think it wants to flush into. Get some people stopped out.
What's the scarier trade? Long or short right now, Mandy? Short.
I think the longs are scarier. That's why I went short. We have quite the downtrend right now.
Is it coming
Aside
back?
from that beautiful bounce up to 50.
Crude's diddling in the middle.
Yeah. Okay, this feels good still. Okay, I like this. Yep, we're good now. I'm not.
All right, we're good. We're back
anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
we're
back.
good. Feel good. Feel good.
All right,
Love it.
Well, you're short from 36, Mandy.
Yeah, just looking for a quick 20 points down to 16.
I'll buy your 900s.
There you go. Yeah, I'm game for that. Go for it. We have another top step daily level at 848. That could be like a nice end of day. At the close type of positioning as well. We're right now coming up on NQ only 0.5%. So a whole lot of movement today with not a lot of traction either direction.
It's true.
1, 2, 3. This level right around here in the NQ 28,000, call it 940s to 930s. I've seen a little bit of support over the last, since Power Hour started. We got the poll up in the chat. Have you checked out the CME Group Futures Education? Yes or no?
Question. Go do your stop hunting, NASDAQ. You know you want to. Got to go down to go up.
Yeah. What we got? 5 minutes. 5 minutes till MOC. Market on close. What is that? Simply 10 minutes before the closing bell in New York, we will get the update about how many the dollar value of shares to be bought or sold on the close. What's up, Mandy?
We're not getting that flush yet that I was looking for. It's like a.
I mean, we'll see, Mandy. I don't know. I think your trade's pretty solid here.
We'll see some stuff.
I'm a scalper though. I don't like to hang out in this more than I need to, Dre or Dolby.
That's true. We're interchangeable. Doesn't matter, Mandy. Same.
Yeah, you guys are one in
the same.
purpose.
Peas in a pod. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. See, I mean, I'm encouraged. I want this to happen so we can get filled at 900.
There we go. Oh, come on. Just give it
Mandy,
to me.
we just now took that.
You're
gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
To the downside here.
I'm such an impatient person. Like scalping is like toys with me sometimes. Okay, we got it. We're out. There's my 20
We're
points.
good?
I do this like 5 to 10 times a day, you guys. This is how we get base hits and
Yep.
And
Stack
stack
it on
pretty.
base. Win the
Yep.
game getting on base.
That's how you do it.
Something,
Colby.
something
It's so
money
true.
ball. All right, we got 900s to
I don't-
880s. That's what we're looking for.
What is that? Am I 3 for 3 right now? Is that what my batting average is on
Looking
this?
for longs.
You're 100.
I believe so. 2 longs and
One.
the short.
No, two
2
shorts.
shorts.
2 shorts, 1 long. So yeah, I'm trying. I'll let you guys know if I see something else. I'm satisfied with the 3 in this hour. It's pretty good.
We'll follow through the downside here in NQ. These are the lowest prices we've seen in NQ since Power Hour began.
Ooh, Power Hour lows.
We've had about 130 point range. Power Hour lows. I like that.
I mean, I'm just happy we got 100-point range. We got 100-point range in the 11-15, had a 100-point range in Power Hour. I think almost every segment's had a 100-point range. That's good trading right there.
Is it bad? I want to get long. I want to get long ES. Is it bad?
Option.
I don't know,
No,
Dre.
I
got 5
I
micros
see
on it.
it. This is my other support resistance areas. Is this 916, Dre? On NQ.
I've seen an uptick.
I like it.
You've seen an uptick here in 10-year prices. Yields retreating ever so slightly. Oh, I spoke too soon. 10-year just got down ticked.
And get the flush into the 900s.
Or will we just trade it sideways?
I don't know.
Into MOC, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till market on close. I took the long. See what happens here in the next couple minutes.
Nice.
Crude trading $104, 40 cents. Gold 44.89. Uh-oh.
Hey. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Dolby, did you say 900 on the dot? Where is it?
900 to 880. We got 5 micros, 5 points apiece. So
Very
it's like
nice. That's great.
Dolby stack to see if we can flush the 900s and bid back up again.
George in the chat has it average VWAP New York anchored VWAP.
Delta growing.
898. So that will get you a nice fill there, Dolby.
898. Oh, okay, cool.
I did not attach mine today.
Delta growing negative. ES now negative 2200. Q negative 1500. Thank you, Hogue.
MOC is a minute away.
Yeah.
That's
about to go
wild.
flat.
This went by so fast.
I know.
Cut the long flat. Dolby, what's your position?
Flat. And we're flat right now, but
Okay.
we're bidding 900, 895, 890, 885, 880.
Are you gonna keep those on through MOC?
Uh-huh. We're just playing this level. This midpoint level is what we're looking for. How we get there, how we get filled doesn't matter. Looking for this to get filled and bounce.
Mandy's above below. Calling for the close in the NQ to be 9,058. We most certainly got there.
We did.
Right? Did we get there? 059 in the orders. Yes, we did. 30 seconds. MOC. Applause. Always on my rear about this. I've got to call it out. Will it be a big number? Will it be a small number? Will it matter? Here we go. And 5 seconds. We'll be working bids.
Let's get filled, Dolby. Did you get filled? On one.
Sell side. NQ 250 mil sell side. S&P's a billion sell side. Dow 200 mil sell side.
We're in.
Sell side.
We're in one.
Those numbers can and will change.
Okay.
Numbers can and will change. In one. Very good.
There's your bounce, George.
Nice, Phil. What price did you get, Dolby?
900 evens.
900s. All right. What did the ES do? ES down tick just a bit.
Let's manage this. We only got one. We were really close to getting a second, though. Nvidia's bidding.
50-50 tilt. 10-year upticking.
I think we just power rally into close.
Now it's minus 480 mil sell side in the NQ. Sell side growing the ES now. 1.5 billion.
Okay. I was Ted. I would have been in and out of this about 5 times already. I mean, but honestly, in NASDAQ, it kind of makes sense because now you kind of get FOMO of not taking profits. You know, you're up like 70, 80 bucks. Yeah, you just take it. You always get NASDAQ always gives you a second opportunity typically to get in. We're gonna keep these orders in. Let this trade play out.
What's the yes doing? NQ. ES continue to downtick here. 73.71 last trade. NQ staying stronger. Crude not doing anything. Gold downticking just a bit. 44.88. Sell side growing in the ES now. 1.5 bill sell side.
Okay.
And NQ lightening up a little bit. Lighting up a lot right now. I'm gonna get long this NQ. Shoot. That's my flip buy side. Okay, we got 7.5 minutes. 7.5 minutes till the bell. We'll throw it to Dr. Volatility. James, come on in here. We got some power hours.
There we go.
That's
what we need.
Trade, and we'll see.
Absolutely. Let's wake these markets up. Let's talk about Power Hour because, guys, earlier in the show, we asked you to tag us, #FastMarkets, #Power Hour, and share us your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. And here is what you brought to the table today, starting with Joshua Trades. My top state payout has hit the bank. That was very fast. And you can see he's using AeroPay. If you haven't heard yet, we are paying out traders faster than ever with AeroPay. You get your payout in seconds when selecting AeroPay when you request your next payout. Joshua here did, and truly, payout hit the bank. Look, he's got it right there. Congrats to you, Joshua. But again, nice job trading. You're the one that put in the work. Next up from KTD, trying to add Top Step back to my accounts. First of all, welcome back. Where'd you go? We missed you so. But here we go. You're already up $473 on your combine. Nice work. Keep it up. Keep jabbing away and keep sharing your progress with us on the X. We want to follow along. Next up from Dan Cook, a frequent poster. IB25 pays, just not today. First loss in nearly a month, and it's been a fantastic streak. We'll have to wait another day for the 4 times Top Step payouts, but we love the show, the bad along with the good here during Power Hour. So Dan, you may have had a red streak today, and we may have a red day, which ended your streak, but keep it up, keep jabbing away. I'm sure you're going to get those payouts before you even know it, my man. Let us know when you do. Last but most certainly not least, this is half Power Hour, half announcement, because guys, tomorrow we are welcoming a very special guest onto the show for Fast Markets. Karabi is joining Top Step for Fast Markets tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time. And he says it right here in his post. We've got something special planned for you guys as well. So make sure that you're here. Show up, tell a friend, and tune in. This is something you're not going to want to miss. So Karabi, we are so excited to have you on the show tomorrow. And we can't wait for everyone else to watch as well. But that's all I got for now for Power Hour and Fast Markets. Let's get it back to the guys and Mandy, the final 5 minutes.
Wow. Robbie joining us tomorrow. We got 5 minutes left till the
deep breath. Who's my sell off? Let's see.
Sell side growing big time now. It's a
shit.
$2 billion sell side.
Yeah, we got crushed.
$2 billion sell side.
Minus 150 on that one.
Okay. Might be time to I got short. Short. 3 billion sell side. 3 billion sell side NQ.
Damn.
See, Top Step daily level 848. Yeah, let's go. It worked for me today.
Yeah, no
Twice,
kidding.
actually.
Are the lows in? No, we have.
I don't think so.
2
So
billion
yeah,
sell
that's
side.
yesterday's value area low 848. Yesterday's low 814. That would be quite a ways to get to.
Again, they slow played it there. We got 4.5 minutes till the close. 4.5 minutes till the close.
Man, is the market changing its sentiment, Dre?
What are the rates doing? Rates down ticked. Yes.
Is the vibe changing in the market?
I feel like that. Goldfish trade sure was a goldfish trade. We are uptaking them, grinding this thing higher. Still sell side. Still sell side.
Yeah.
Where was your
Nvidia's-
stop loss, Colby?
Where was it? We got stopped at 74s, so we were off by about 10
Okay.
points.
Yeah.
There's gonna be another push lower.
74 half.
Buyers are stepping back in because a little profit taking, some short covering. We'll find out here shortly. We got 3.5 minutes till the closing bell.
Definitely
2.4
interesting
billion
spot here.
Could have been a dirtbag move by Nasdaq here.
Oh, they're gonna buy it all the way back up. Nope. Where do we get interesting? You said, huh? Why is this interesting, Mandy? What's
Can we get back to these above the 900s? Like another nice round psychological level. VWAP still sitting at 920. So I'm curious to see. Can we just flush?
Ooh,
really want this.
we
I'd
just
like
might.
to see this flush.
We got 3 minutes to the close. 3 minutes to the close here.
Okay. Nvidia is what after market close tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
2 to do at the buzzer. Jane Paul.
I might put Nasdaq in a bit of a bind, unless something else decides to move the market.
Save the world. Short the hole again. Not so great, but we'll see. Buyers coming back in here, Mandy. 50-50 on the tilt.
Yeah. Can we break these 900s? Not yet.
Those are in.
Kind of trying to.
Then you're down ticking. What do we got? 2 minutes till the bell. 2 minutes till the closing bell.
Barely above it and then back below. No follow through yet.
Sell side lighting up. They might flip this green.
Oh, Nasdaq, you dog, you.
Ooh, Nasdaq doing Nasdaq does.
Dog, you. Nasdaq.
Look at that.
Don't you dare. Unless Mandy's long or Dre. Then
Mandy,
you
are you
can't,
long?
but
Did you get long,
otherwise-
man? We got less than 2 minutes.
I have
Less
not. I would get long at 909 if I were to get long.
Do we go back to go
Back
back
to
to
940s?
29,000?
940s?
Good question.
That'd be dirty, Dre. That'd be a dirty, dirty
Five
move.
would be good.
Nvidia bidding now. When
Is
as
it?
low as 219, already back up $1.50 to 220 half.
Well, I guess it's time to get long then.
Retraced almost its entire sell off.
Yes, we did. All right, let's get long.
Why not?
Long from 900. Long from 900. It is lightening up on the sell side.
I'm with you, Dre. I'm with you on this one.
Go to 29,000, right?
Yeah, we're long
So
04
990.
quarter. We'll bid 890s too.
We have 50 seconds, Dolby time. 50 seconds.
I'm
Get this thing back to 29,000. We got a buzzer beater here. Dolby time long.
I joined.
Mandy
I said I had
long. Solidarity.
I said 909. I'd get long.
We need
when you
29,000.
tagged it.
Here we
Yep,
go.
we got it.
ES catching a bid. NQ catching a bid. Crude catching a bid. Stop doing that, Crude. We have.
Oh, we had that one. Nasdaq.
I go
It's
for
so Nasdaq of you.
946
We still
half.
buying it.
Look at this rally.
29,000. We ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. We got
Go,
15
Dolby.
seconds. We're going flat. Oh.
Just going flat right into close. Holding into
Flat off.
close.
From green to red, red to green. And here we go. Dolby time. Let us know. You take it out from here. What's our look at that power rally? And
Yeah, we're flat. We got like $30 back.
wow.
Oh,
How about that?
Nazzy.
Yeah, we're on to you. We're
4 for
on to you.
4.
Fantastic stuff. Mandy absolutely carving it up here in Power Hour. Dolby time. Nice patience till the final buzzer beater of a trade. That being said, shout out to all the Bellers. We crossed over 213,000 subscribers today because of y'all. I'm gonna throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer. Great job, Mandy. Dolby time.
Absolutely. Hey, guys in the chat, give it up one more time for Andre, Dolby, and Mandy. And hey, give it up for special guest Craig Buick. from the CME. That was an awesome interview. And thank you to everybody for hanging with us bell to bell. And even if you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, well, thank you for being here all the same. We really appreciate it. And speaking of At the Buzzer, that's right. It's the show that comes on right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And it's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. If you're looking to keep the trading talk going, the best place to do so is by sticking around and catching At the Buzzer coming up next at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then we're going to be off air for a bit, but when the trading itch kicks in, be sure to come back tonight at 7 p.m. because Coach Dakota will be hosting Slow Markets. And tonight he's joined by Braden. If you wanted to see how Braden is doing, watch these two trading legends traded up together. The best place to do it is tonight on Slow Markets, 7 p.m. Central Time, right here on Top Step TV. Then tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Metal Markets with Deanna returns at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. And then we're going to be doing a whole new episode of Top Step TV tomorrow morning, going live around 7:10 a.m. Central Time, with the True Show kicking off at 7:15 Central Time. So lots to look forward to. We mentioned it earlier before during Power Hour. We got special guests galore the rest of the week. We got fun things planned. So tell a friend, show up early, and stick around bell to bell with Top Step TV. Whew. But for now, let's go ahead and get you guys on over to At the Buzzer. Longtime viewers, you know what I'm about to say. But I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. And this has been Top Step TV. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.
Check, check, quick sound check. Can everybody hear us loud and clear? What's going on, Coach Paul?
I hear you loud and clear, Coach Jay. Welcome back to At the Buzzer. How's everybody doing?
Welcome back to At the Buzzer, our market recap. This is your first time here. The goal of this segment is to review what happened in the markets for the day. May talk about some markets that you have not traded before, but we believe our goal as traders is to identify opportunity. We want to see how we can take advantage of those opportunities while managing our risk. I'm Coach Jay. That is Coach Paul. You are all our chat. Shout out to Yair first in the chat. 3 hours ago, Yair was ready to go. 1:56 Eastern time, Yair was saying first in the chat. We got Dan Trader here as well. Bink is in the chat, back from vacation. Hopefully you enjoyed some time off the charts. DigiCap here as well. Welcome everybody to At the Buzzer. Let us know how you did today. Were you up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you learned from trading today? We will get into what happened today. It was a pretty wild day across the board, Coach Paul, in a lot of different markets. A lot of red on the quote board. A lot going on out there. So how was your day, Coach?
Up and down. I lost a little bit of money today, basically unchanged. Really didn't trade much. There was, to me, limited opportunity for what I'm looking for. But overall, I traded well and lost a little bit of money. How about yourself?
There you go. I had an up and down day as well. Started off with a pretty nice wheat trade last night. We were talking about wheat last night after the close. Pretty nice wheat trade. If I just stopped there, would have been a pretty good day. But I gave some back in the equities, so a little bit of a green to red day for me there. Dante Sweeney in the chat says I'm down $74.21. Nice job, 5'4" Fox. Good to see you. Sandy, good to see you as well. Let's get into it. As far as economic numbers goes, pretty quiet on the news front. Most of the major numbers. The biggest major number tomorrow. Make sure you join us for At the Buzzer after the close. NVIDIA, the most important earning of everyone's trading career. NVIDIA reports tomorrow after the close, and that may be what is going to save this market from selling off here, because the equities are starting to look a little ugly, Coach Paul.
Yeah, they are, and I think they're starting to look at not just crude but bonds, because bonds had another break today. Interest rates are holding over 5% in the 30-year and climbing in the 10-year. So I think that's capping this rally.
Yeah.
And a pause before NVIDIA. Does any other earnings matter anymore?
Not really. We do have Walmart on Thursday. Walmart is top 10 of NASDAQ companies as well, so that could be a big one, but we know NVIDIA is number one in both the NASDAQ and the S&P, so that is going to be the one that the world is watching. But like you said, Coach Paul, it seems like the Treasury market is starting to matter. Shout out to Jack, who's been keeping us up to date on the Treasury yields. With the 30-year hit yields that it has not seen in 19 years in the 30-year. So it's been a long time since yields have been up here. Yields up, prices down, and we're seeing some lows here in the Treasury products, which is not such a great thing. We can talk about that a little bit more. But let's take a look at this quote board to start. We got 36 different markets we can trade with top step accounts. And today, to the downside, we had the metals, copper down 1.92%, platinum down 2.45%, and silver, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 4.27%. To the upside, we had wheat futures up 0.53%, heating oil up 1.33%, and natural gas, our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 3.11%. To talk about our big four, we had crude oil pretty much flat, up 0.07%. The S&P down 0.7%. Gold down 1.4%, and the NASDAQ down 0.62% on the day. I have a NASDAQ chart up here, Coach Paul. Thanks, Coach Hoop, for posting that Top Step risk disclosure in the chat. Again, anything we say here is for educational information purposes only. Should not be considered any type of trading or investment advice, but we will talk about how we look at the markets. What are we seeing on the daily?
Well, our third down day in a row off of all-time highs, and still tried to repair higher and failed late. Is this a 3-bar reversal? I'd have to ask Coach Dakota. But definitely turned around. And if we look at the line chart, we can see it a little better. That's concerning. It seems to me it wants to test that 20-day moving average. We had yesterday, we had directional down. Today, we were down and tried to rally and rejected. So structure is being challenged of this rally. Also, there's a trend line from the lows of March 31st that we broke through a sharp trend line. And we haven't been able to recover that. So still an uptrend with a correction. Can it recover? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. This is the Nasdaq. It'll recover. I shouldn't say it will, but it could recover off the back of
It's just a matter of when.
I mean, tomorrow, right around 4:15, 4:30 Eastern time, might be a good time for it. We'll see what happens. Right around those NVIDIA earnings, 28,915 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Coach Paul, you had a question in the chat. Do you look at RSI?
I used to not. I'll reference it now and again, but I don't use it on a daily basis. Because one time when I used it, when you've heard me talk about it in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was selling because it was overbought, and it stayed overbought. Now maybe I just don't know how to use it, but it's a good tool. Just be careful in how you use it. And that's all. But I look more at momentum than RSI.
Got you. Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, Coach Paul. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here in the Nasdaq. Very similar to yesterday's price action. Very similar to yesterday's price action. We saw yesterday the entire range pretty much was between the pivot and the first level of support. Very similar today. Last night's open, we did have some decent selling. If you were watching slow markets last night with myself and Dakota. So Dakota caught a pretty nice short where we had, and I really liked the short he was in. I actually took it and scratched it because it wasn't going yet. One of the things we said was, if we wait for this 30-minute candle to close, then what does that give us? And it turned out to be a much better trade from that point. But at that point, I was shorting gold and long wheat. But we had first 30-minute range established. We had price look above the high of the range. We had volume stay inside the range. And then we got this Paul drop. Here's the 30-minute candle that confirms the close below VWAP. And that's a really nice short from that point if you were to take it. That's why I really liked Dakota's trade last night. We can see. God, crazy.
Yeah.
To the tick.
What is that, the pivot?
No. So the pivot was 29,103, which is there. But then we have this candle, this 30-minute candle that closes below the pivot, closes below VWAP, and we reject right at 50% of that candle. Not once, but twice. Love to see when patterns like that play out. And what's the significance of this candle? It changed the structure of the day. That was the lowest 30-minute candle close at that point, closing below the pivot, closing below VWAP. Changed the structure for the day and led to some really nice shorts. Again, Dakota took that short in slow markets last night. But pretty heavy action. And this is now the third day in a row where we're seeing heavy action in the equities. Anything you want to mention in the overnight session, or should we take a look at the New York session open?
You got it from that opening. Also seeing I have RSI in mind now, but seeing session VWAP turn on that large candle with has been a pattern. Just rejected that first half an hour with volume. So great trade.
Really nice move. And, Dina said it in the chat. All the equities are under the 30-minute 200 moving average. Yeah, and it's starting to tick lower. It flattened out over the couple of days, but now it is starting to tick a little bit lower here in the Nasdaq. So change of trend potentially. See the 3-minute open. Pretty big spike. This is not a small candle at all. That is 130 points in a 3-minute candle to the upside in the Nasdaq. there was some signs, Coach Paul, where they bought it. There was a spike of volume that was bought right before the open. Like
Like
30,
right there.
like 30, like right there, like 30 seconds before the open, about 500 contracts traded in a second in the Nasdaq, right at these lows. And they ran it up. It's a 265 point move to the upside, which is not a small move. But what do we get again? This looks like the overnight structure, just on a shorter time frame. We have a push up. We establish a range, but volume never leaves that range.
No, but there was a lot of air.
Yeah.
So we've come down a long way from Monday, Friday's highs. So not to be unexpected to see that to me, that extension of that range said that there wasn't much to sell. I think that's the structure of the market as it is right now. We're seeing the last couple days of liquidation or profit taking, and that the cash opening or New York opening came to buy. And I don't watch the Dom, but I'd imagine with that kind of move, there wasn't much in the Dom, which kind of reflected the rest of the day's action.
Absolutely. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot. It just kind of volume had to go somewhere, and it found somewhere real quick to go, and then there was nothing else behind it. We can see again the candle that closed below that that VWAP, which was this one. The market respected that until pretty much the end of the day. Really nice rejection again off those pivots. I see a lot of people talking about the pivots now and using them. Great indicator to use. Are pivots the answer? They're not. Nothing is. But they give us great reference points to make some decisions off of. And we can see the first level of the first level of support. We looked below it initially, but when that volume started to flatten out, we can see a nice turn in the markets. And then again, here is the close above a pivot and no follow through from there. So really nice. Coach Paul, I mean, I don't know if you pay attention to the Top Step TV chat during the day, but there are a lot of people talking about pivot.
Well, bringing it back, they've been around a long time.
Yeah.
And just going back to, there are no secrets to trading. There really are no secrets.
Yeah.
And that's not me. The biggest traders will tell you that, but they've been around because they're based on structure. They're not just random, and they reflect the previous day's range. And it gives you a good roadmap of market distribution.
Right.
So I grew up with market profile, and this is very much like market profile. When you combine some of them with volume, you get to see structure versus emotional decision making. So yeah, they're great if you but remember the reference points.
Absolutely. We'll see what tomorrow brings. A ton of volatility still in the Nasdaq, even though we are kind of channeling lower. Pretty nice range today, about a 500-point range. We will see what tomorrow brings. Quick look at the other markets. We can see the S&P, very similar structure here to the Nasdaq. Look at it on the 30-minute chart. Very similar structure there. The Russell, a little bit heavier. We can see the Russell got down to the second support. A little bit more urgency. Interest rate sensitive Russell, maybe a little heavier today. The Russell down over 1%. So really nice selling there. We can see the urgency in the Russell from last night. Very similar to the Nasdaq. Looked above, closed below the pivot, closed below that VWAP, and they really got the Russell going this morning.
Once again, it tested that pivot.
Yeah.
And what is that telling you? That the selling from yesterday is still distributing lower. And wow, that was a nice right to the second level of support.
Really nice hold there. Because what happens with the flow? We get there. Stops. can look at the difference here at the first support. What happens with the flow? You get almost immediate follow through. Pivots and flow.
Pivots and flow. I mean, keep it simple, stupid was what I was taught when I was young. Like, and especially with trading, we tend to overthink things. You've heard it how many times? FOMO or overconfidence. But using this as reference point, seeing how the market is market bias versus my bias. Using these can help you lose your opinion and get into market bias flow. So there was great flow, and the Russell once again is a byproduct of interest rates. All the 2000 are mid caps that have debt. They don't have cash balances; they have debt, and long-term bond yields are important in valuation of those stocks.
Awesome stuff. We got a bunch of questions in the chat. We got one real quick. What is the difference between standard and Karamia pivots? Karamia pivots. Different ag. Go ahead. Karamilla. Did I say it wrong?
Yeah, with a Y. Karamia.
Karamia pivots. What is the difference? Different equation. I would say pick one and use that one.
Yeah.
It's like changing between a simple moving average and exponential moving average, a triple weighted volume moving average. At some point, they're all going to give you different answers. But go ahead, coach. You're the pivot guy.
Yeah, there's a lot online about them. I still use the traditional. I know people who use the Camaria. If you're new to pivots, for a good 2 weeks, I would just observe. Just observe. Use Camaria for a few days. Use a traditional. There's like 5 different. Some of them are tighter. The traditional are wider. But if you're going to use them, don't just start banging away. Observe and see how markets develop around them. Key point is first to see where the pivot is and where we are in relation to the pivot.
Stuff. How do we look at bond yields on TopStepX? You cannot look at the yields, but you can look at the futures. And as yields go up, as you hear Jack talking about, he uses a different platform for it. I'm not sure which one he uses. But as yields go up, prices go down. So if you want to see what yields are doing, you could pull up the ZB, ZN, ZT charts to look at it there. But we do not have charts for the yields on TopStepX. You need another platform for that. Somebody's asking for Delta information. A bunch of different platforms that give you Delta information. You can use Bookmap. I use Quantower. But there are a bunch of different platforms out there as well. I don't want to endorse any platform because most of them are paid. So I don't want to tell you, hey, go over here and pay for something. If you are looking for Delta, we mention it a decent amount on TopStep TV. Feels like every 15 minutes we are giving Delta updates, but there are a bunch of platforms that you can use, get Delta from. All right, let's take a look at the Dow was crazy today. We went from pivot to first support in 3 minutes. Did you see this?
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's interesting. The Dow was the most solid of the bunch, but it's been whippy as I can't even look. I don't even bring up the chart. I feel seasick looking at it.
Yeah,
but it's starting to show us that there's movement to blue chip stocks. So risk off is happening here, but not to a great degree. But for you Dow traders, if you're making money in this, God bless you. But it's just a very hard, whippy market right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bilbo says, it feels like everyone is using pivots lately. Did I miss the memo? Well, we just added them to Top Step X. I believe it was last week. I had been using them thanks to Coach Paul for a couple of months now. Coach Paul has been using them for a couple of years now. And you're probably going to see at some point some courses being sold on pivots on social media. I can tell you what.
Wow. Did I bring them back?
I think you might have, Paul. I think you might have brought him back with the and then the addition of them to Top Step X. Seen a lot of ICT traders now doing order flow classes, and I'm assuming in the next couple of months they're going to be doing pivot classes. But hey, supply and demand economy. All right, let's get into oil. Oil on the daily. What are we seeing here, Coach Paul?
Creeping higher. It just feels like it wants to rip higher. It's a thin market right now. It's extending upwards. It's very emotional. Like, there's not a lot of retail trade in here right now. But if we look at that daily, this is what? This is a cup. And looking at the market itself, who's really involved in this are the basic players, the producers and the end users. And if you're an end user, you're glued to the screen.
Oh yeah.
So it's just still very strong. There's nothing in the structure that says this is over. If anything, it's starting to gain more momentum. So upward and to the right, we're still above the 20, still above the 50, and watch this. I mean, we were within what, a day or two of all-time highs.
Oh yeah.
And if anything comes out of this negative, we could see one of those famous 5-7% upside days.
Yeah. It feels like, honestly, oil is at a point, and it's been at this point where that a 5% move is coming in some direction. And it's channeling to the upside right now. But it just, yeah, it feels like it is coming soon. It's going to be off the back of a headline. Take a look at the 30-minute. Opened up above the pivot. Let's take a look at gold.
What?
Just joking. Go ahead. On the 30-minute, we opened up above the pivot. Price looked at it. Volume never did. It took a little while. It did take a while for oil to leave this range. And this was not an easy trade. I actually think we stayed out of the opening range trade here. On a higher time frame, it did just kind of channel up, but this wasn't a very convincing move in oil. A ton of overlap, right? This looks like, yeah, you could have bought it down here and sold it up here. But the amount of indecision in these are 30-minute candles, right? These look like they are 1-minute candles with all the overlap that we're seeing. So there was a lot of kind of shakiness in the price action today in crude. It was not very clean, right? This is clean. These are 30-minute candles. This is clean. This is just, it's a wooden roller coaster with no seatbelts.
Well, let's frame out that big candle on the close yesterday.
That's the range.
It's the range. So when I was talking earlier about who's involved in this, who's at the most risk here? End users. So it's just the natural drift in this trend. But it stayed within that, and that wasn't at a news candle, like peace was going to break out any moment now. And the market itself is still showing that risk is highly skewed to the upside. So with light volume, look at the volume, was probably half of yesterday's volume.
On the daily, yeah, it was below the average.
So it's this you sell it kind of day.
Yeah.
And actually volatility is starting to come out a bit. The ATRs are coming in, but this is not a structure of a top. So still heavily weighted to upside risk. If you sell this, to understand that just one little headline can rip like $5 to $7.
Right. Absolutely. Who traded crude out there? Who traded crude oil? Let us know in the chat. JGZ ended up 5K on the ES. Nice job there. Taking a look at gold here on the daily. What is that white line? What is that white line in gold? 44.38. We've been talking about the eventual reservation that price and that 200 moving average on the daily have with each other, and we're getting ready to see it. It looks like maybe tonight. Gold looking pretty heavy here. Still, we got a downward trending 20 and 50 moving average. How much does, we'll take a look at these real quick. How much does what's happening with the treasury products affect metals right now?
Oh, let's go through a simple fundamental.
Okay.
If you own gold, let's say versus say you have a $50,000 you want to invest.
Okay.
And you're worried about inflation. And you're not getting the yield at the bank on a CD. You get, but that gives you what you want in return. Well, gold traditionally is used as a hedge against inflation. Metals, silver. But you take your $50,000 and you buy $50,000 worth of silver or gold, you can keep it at home.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't suggest that.
Right.
You have a big safe. But what do you forego? You forego interest on your balance. Over time, you need metals to appreciate. If it just goes sideways, you've missed out on interest rate opportunity. So it costs, there's a cost to owning metals. There's a storage cost, interest rate cost, and interest rates are doing what now? They're keeping higher. So on a macro scale, there's a lot of people that bought a lot of gold in the last 2 years. And they're foregoing interest. Interest rates are a lot higher than they were 2 years ago. So we're starting to see some liquidation.
For sure.
That cost over time, it adds up. So that's we've already had the move.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that upside move. Let's see what happens at this upward sloping 200 moving average on the daily. 44.38 is that price. Daily ATR, $115, and we had about a full daily ATR move today, if not more, $123 range in gold. And it looked heavy from last night. If you were watching us on Slow Markets last night, we talked about the downward sloping 200 moving average that we had. And one of my better trades of the day was getting short this as well, where we had some urgency to the upside last night, but this is all on lower volume. We know what time the Asia session opens. And on that Asia session open, what did we get? Another Paul drop. If you're a new viewer and you're wondering what that is, we are looking at a range that opened the day We had price and volume leave that range to the upside. And then we got a 30-minute candle to close below VWAP. This purple range here was the high of the day from that point. Not to say that it's always going to work this way, but look at how steep that VWAP got after we closed back below it. You guys might have saw I took this short, and we talked about what the targets were. The initial target was settlement price 45.58, 45.58, which was right there, right about there. And you know, there were a couple of traders in the chat asking what are the targets on this. 45.58, then 45.47. You can see why 45.47, right? We got that that pivot there as well. And then the other downside targets were this 30-minute candle here from yesterday. Everybody remember this indecisive candle that we had yesterday that kind of turned us around? That was the eventual target for the move. Now, I didn't take part of that entire move. You know, there's a different type of trade that I could have taken where I sold it. And I actually looked at my entries this morning. I was short from 45.81. So the market never really traded above my entry price, but I had a target. Now, I could look at this trade and say I should have caught 112 points. Maybe. But I would have also had to sleep with that trade on, which was fine. It wasn't a huge position. I would have had to sit through that trade for 14 hours at a minimum. And then when I wake up this morning, I would have had to not overmanage it in this consolidation here where we're kind of hanging out at the pivot, right? So there are a lot of things that have to go right in order to catch that full move. But I think this is why we say all the time, Coach Paul, you don't need to catch the whole move. I caught a 2-to-1 on the trade, and I was done at that point. I actually came back in this morning and sold gold again because I thought there was more downside pressure, and it set up. But, you know, for the trade last night, I don't know that there was a world where I was going to catch this entire trade.
Well, if that's your objective, you're trying to sell the high and buy the low.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good mindset.
Look.
So,
you could do it.
But you could do it, and I mean, good luck. But what is, when we talk about pivots, what are we looking at? We're looking at the market bias, and it was up. On that opening, considering the close yesterday, we had a big rally at the close at the pivot. We had follow through buying. Now, if we look at yesterday's pivot, we talked about this yesterday. This pivots are stair-stepping down. So we're just seeing that we're above the pivot isn't an automatic buy. Or if you buy it, you have to sustain that momentum. Now, look at what happened when China opened up, Shanghai Gold opened up. By the way, that is 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. Someone was asking in the chat. And that can change when we have time change. So we had buying early on Globex. And that's why it's still, we frame out that first half an hour. Then we get the Paul drop when Shanghai opens and close by yesterday's pivot. So when volume came in, AKA Shanghai, how did it react? We couldn't hold yesterday's pivot. So there it's, and we found selling. And notice we stayed underneath session VWAP till we got to the pivot, where we started rotating for most of the night. So just buying it off the pivot is not the play. Once again, the reference is if you're short and you were looking for a target, cover it at the pivot. When we closed under the pivot, we can anchor a VWAP.
Right. And that flow did continue. It took a while, right? It chopped around here for a while. That first close below the pivot, we anchored there. It We did not get the urgency, right? So are you comfortable sitting through 8-9 hours of price action that isn't really moving? Maybe. Maybe you go to sleep. Maybe this is where you go to sleep.
Or if you're just getting up in Europe, it's interesting. Where did we rally to?
Right back to regular trading hour view, full session VWAP.
Full session VWAP, where we found what? A large selling, a large down, which closed under the pivot at that time. So looking at this, look at as soon as we got the session VWAP, there was great, it was big selling. This one followed through.
And
so,
yeah, were you watching gold this morning?
Yes.
That selling this morning got very aggressive. I don't know if it was the rates breaking or if a headline came out, but it got very aggressive until what happened yesterday. Same thing happened yesterday. Very aggressive at those lows that flowed to the downside. And I'm not saying that this was a buy. Shout out to Michael B, who we had on Top Step TV, who was actually long silver after this move and looking to get long as gold as well. And Michael's a metals trader, Coach Paul, and he said it. He's like, when the metals get too aggressive, and eventually there's that reflexive bounce. And this is what he was talking about. Eventually it turns out to be a J trade, but that was really aggressive selling. About 50 points, $50 in gold in about 9 minutes was that sell-off. It got very aggressive. And Coach Hoop saying it was the bonds, he thinks. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's indicative of liquidation. This market is being liquidated by the longs. We're building up open interest on the short side, and this was a J trade.
Yeah,
actually, I did take this trade, and it was
never invalidated.
Small loop. It never invalidated with VWAP, did it?
Mm.
But look at what it couldn't even get follow through on that.
Yeah.
And late in the day, it melted right back in. So gold is very heavy. We see it in the daily. We saw it on the 30-minute on today's action. And we really haven't had a good bounce.
I would keep this 3-minute candle mapped out for tomorrow. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. Again, this 30-minute candle that kind of turned us around yesterday ended up being a target. So if gold wants to kind of float up again, and then we see a very similar pattern, again, this has been in a downtrend for the past couple of days. If we float up here, I'm looking at this candle as a potential target to the downside if there is some selling. Also, remember that 200-day moving average is pretty close to price as well. We're about $50 off of it. We just saw that could happen in a 3-minute candle.
We're getting awfully close to that 200 daily moving average.
I mean, it's like right there. It's right there. Let's pull up a 30-minute chart. Sorry, a 30-year chart. What's the daily ATR and VWAP on likes? Billy, great question. Daily ATR on likes has been about 103-ish. So we're on low volume right now. We're only at 52. You can see it. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We appreciate you all being here. The daily ATR has been increasing, so we like what we're doing. If we're helping you with, hit that thumbs up button. We'll try to get through these treasury charts really quick because they are interesting. The lowest prices we've seen in long time, the highest yields we've seen in the 30-year, 19 years. And I've seen some people, Coach Paul, some pretty big names out there in the financial space and financial media space asking, why isn't the stock market paying attention to what treasuries?
Well,
what is going on in the treasuries right now?
Well, they're rising, and they're rising fast.
Yeah.
And what I found interesting is that big breakout happened last week at the end of the Chinese summit. I don't think that was an accident. And inflation, I don't know. I go to buy a cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke, and it's like $14. What? It's pervasive right now, and it's going to drive interest rates higher. And there is, look at the trend. Longer term, I'm saying that those zero or negative interest rates that we saw in 2020 and 2021, this is haunting us now. There's $37 trillion of U.S. debt that needs to be funded. That's supply. We're going to talk about supply and demand. It's real simple. That has to be funded. And inflation is raging. Let's not bullshit ourselves. And the government's got to come in and float this debt. And you know what? If the Chinese just step aside or the Europeans step aside, they have their own budget woes. Ray Dalio's been sending this red flag for a year now. And this is the culmination. When I first started, it was one of my heroes, Paul Volcker, and he put it clearly. He said, okay, I'm going to make the dollar. I'm going to do what I got to do. And he jacked in short-term interest rates. I think the high was 15% on T-bills. So this can get very dramatic because the Fed, I don't care who's in there, it has to attract investors. At 5%, and inflation is running at what, about 5%? Something's got to give, and we're seeing that battle right now.
Right. Yeah, this is I got a chart up here. The line chart is the NDX, and the candles are the yields. You can see this blue line, blue's a horizontal line. This goes back to July of 2007, the last time yields were this high for the 30-year. So I think what the concern is why are both of these things trending upwards? Is that right, Coach Wall?
Yeah, well, I don't want to be trite here.
Yeah.
But I had to learn this lesson myself.
Yeah.
It's because there's more buyers than sellers.
Right. Right.
And that's it until it isn't.
Yeah.
The concern.
Yeah, go ahead.
The concern on an economic basis is, and it's justified. How long can this continue?
What if you never find buyers? I think that's the concern. And I mean, what does that mean for us as day traders? We'll see. If it turns into an environment where the stock market starts paying attention to it, then that means we might be in sell the rally mode. But yeah, if you never find because yields are going up to make these more attractive, correct?
Yields are going up because of the debt. Yeah. So they have to. So now we go to the political side. You can't just demand lower interest rates.
Right.
And this is getting familiar to me when I was in high school and college. There was this disconnect. Inflation was raging, and the Fed, what was his name? Burns was his last name. He was a Fed chairman.
Okay.
And he was cutting rates to help the economy in the midst of inflation. And things got out of control. Oil was rallying. There were gas lines. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on the system. And he lost his, I can't say lost his job, but when it came down to reappoint, Carter was the president at the time who was taking the brunt of this. And then he had to bring someone in who wasn't a political figure. That was a staid, true banker. That was Paul Volcker. It was like forced. Here we don't have that. There's also there's pressure, or there's at the Fed. They're not on board. There's people want to cut rates. So in bonds, that your hand gets forced because the Fed can't control the 30-year rate. It's pure auction territory. They can play games in the short term, Fed funds rates, in short-term rates, but bonds, you need long. Here, if you want to take a 30-year bond and you're getting 5% and inflation's running at 5% or higher,
right?
You might not take that,
right?
So, yeah, I agree. But something's going to snap. So it's something to watch. I think today's action, last few days, it's kind of, we're getting a little bit of that concern, but it hasn't changed the trend.
Still to the downside. Good stuff there, Coach Ball. We will keep an eye on that. A lot of the guests that we bring up, Jessica Inskip's going to be with us tomorrow. I'm sure she's going to be talking about it. Hear Jack talking about it all the time. Little quick look at the treasury products there. Any other markets you want to talk about, Coach Paul? I do have to mention wheat. Someone asked, did I hold that wheat trade?
Yeah.
I got tagged out on a runner, but it was a pretty good trade. One of my better trades of the day. The wheat market, one of our top percentage movers to the upside today, up 0.53%. It was up a lot more, gave back some of it, but here it is on the daily. What do you see? Anything on the daily you want to mention here, or should we just get to it?
No, that's obviously in a bull market. Look, at we're holding the 50, the 20. This is, it almost looks like crude.
Yeah.
But there's an underlying problem in the wheat drought, in a severe drought. We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's showing that, I mean, this is a solid bullish bull run. So why don't we go over your trade?
Let's take a look here. Is my volume low, chat? Is my volume low for anybody? See Hassan saying that it is. But here's the trade. Here's the first 30 minutes from last night. Billy says, I was under the impression we could only trade wheat during regular trading hours. So here are the hours, right? It opens up at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And then it closes from 8:30 Eastern to 9:30 Eastern. So there's an hour in the morning where it's not open, and then it trades until 2 p.m. Eastern. So 8 p.m. Eastern time to 8:30 Eastern, you can trade it, right? And then it's closed for an hour. Or 8:40 Eastern, yeah. Closed for an hour. 8:40 to 9:30, it's closed. Outside of that, you can trade it. But here's the trade, 30-minute chart. We have an uptrending 200 moving average. I want to look to get long. Shout out to Coach Paul, taking one side of the market above, and I don't have any damn reason to be shorting wheat. Not a good one, at least. Fundamentally, we talked about why it's fundamentally a long yesterday. Are there going to be short opportunities? Absolutely. But this trade was a real simple one. Here's the first 30-minute range. We had price and volume. It wasn't very urgent, right? But what I did see, and I do want to break this down on a shorter time frame. You guys do know that I look at on my Quantower platform. I have some volume signatures that go off here, and there were two candles. There was this one right here, and then there was this one right here, where in these two candles, in the first one, it was in the opening candle. In the opening candle, there was a burst of buying in this range right here. That was about 350 contracts that traded in a second, all positive delta. That means there was a burst of buying that came in there. And then there was another one right in this little 1 minute candle right there. I just wanted to join those buyers. My risk goes below where they got in. And the target was the second resistance. With a 2-lot on this trade, I had a 2-lot on. I put on a 1-lot to start. And then when I saw that second burst of buying coming in, put on a second one. I took off one at this first resistance. I think the max risk on this trade was $250. No, max risk on the trade with the 2-lot was $400. If I let it run all the way to the profit target, then that is a $950 trade with almost no drawdown. It's a great market. TG, Coach Jay's my hero. TG, I think I looked at a schedule. I don't know if I was seeing things. You can confirm that or not. I know we got Karabi coming on tomorrow, but shout out to TG Capital in the at the schedule. Might have a special guest coming on sometime soon here. Next week. Okay, there we go. Yeah, really nice move in the wheat market. And then look at the rejection, right? I think more than anything, was this a good trade? Sure. Are we going to put on good trades sometimes? Yes. I think this was a validation of these pivot points. Again, Coach Paul, what did we get at the second resistance? Failure of volume to continue. Come right back.
You could have doubled it.
I should have doubled. Just hit that reverse button at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, well, nice trade. And you will notice, again, with these pivot points, that second level resistance we've talked about is very important. And wheat has been offering both sides of the market. Now, I don't trade wheat. If you like trading both sides, the wheat can be really good. Just for that.
Yeah.
We can shed highs and make new lows like within hours.
Yeah.
So,
you know what though? What I will say is that in the back of my mind there was a question of, oh, does this have to continue? It's not the most urgent. I'm not seeing super aggressive volume. The thought of despair never crossed my mind.
God.
Not once. The thought of, oh my God, I'm going to lose this account if this trade goes against me, never crossed my mind. It might stop me out. I might lose $400. I'm not going to be happy about that. But the thought of despair was never there, and I think that is a good place to trade from.
Well, you're comfortable.
Absolutely.
You're comfortable. When you're not comfortable in trading, we've talked about this last week. What is your subconscious doing? It's living in fear and despair.
Yeah.
And every tick matters, and every tick that goes for you is, I'm right, and the 3 ticks go against you is.
Yeah. Your chest tightens up, can't breathe. Yeah. All of that.
All of that. And nice. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a great trend.
Get back to that 200. Let's see what happens tonight in wheat. Again, it opens up at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I think that's it, though, Coach Paul. Unless there are any other markets you want to talk about, I think we did it.
No, I think we covered a lot of markets today.
Yeah, we did.
I would say if anybody has one they wanted to go over, other than that, we can go enjoy the afternoon.
Beautiful weather out here in Jersey. It is 90 degrees. I'm going to go take my dog out for a little bit. Good stuff, Coach Paul, as always. Anything you want to say before we head out?
Plan your trade your plan. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. Tonight, Dakota Slow Markets, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Braden is going to be joining him. We got Aaron with the London Open, 2:30 Eastern, D with Metal Markets at 6:30 Eastern time. We'll be back for the opening call tomorrow morning. We have a consistent leaderboard trader, Harabi, joining us for Fast Markets tomorrow. I'll be on with him, Dakota, Andre, and Jack. That is sure to be a good one. I think he's at $250,000 in payouts this year alone from Top Step Live account. So that is going to be a great segment just to get in the mind of one of our better traders here at Top Step. My dog's name, his name is Obi. And he probably just woke up from his nap, say his name. So I'm going to go take him out. Trade well, everybody. Manage your risk. All tomorrow.
Bye.